repos to sovereign wealth funds parking their money, and there is no alternative. And if there was an alternative, yep, I would say we have to deal with the deficit now, because then we have the potential for losing our reserve currency. But there is no alternative, and until there is an alternative, I mean, I think we should deal with the deficit, but I don't panic about the deficit, because nothing's going to change.
And 20 years from now, you would say that we'll still be in that same position?
If 20 years from now there's no alternative to U.S. Treasuries, we will literally be having the same discussion word for word.
David Walker, I think, was in charge of
he was.
And I remember when off camera, I used to give him grief as the deficit would go up every year and say, you know, with you there, it's just getting worse and worse. You suck at this, at trying to... And I say the same thing to Arthur Brooks, who is supposedly in charge of happiness for all of us. And he's been doing that for 5 years. And look what's happened to this country and bringing us all together. It's like, Arthur, you're making it worse.
You're bad at your job.
You're bad at your job. But I think a lot of this is like Malthus.
Deficit clock is here like half a block
Remember
away.
Malthus? I mean, how many...
David Malthus was wrong.
About everything.
The people who make these Armageddon claims about the deficit have been making these claims for 40 years. Now, one criticism of me sometimes that I lodge against myself as an investor has been sometimes I'm too early. And in our business, if you're 1 or 2 years too early, it's equivalent to being wrong. But I'm not 40 years too early. If you're making an argument for 40 years and it's been wrong the whole time, you probably should take a step back and ask yourself, why am I wrong?
But the world can only end once. You just don't want to be late for that.
I agree. I'm just saying that as long as treasuries remain the financial system of the world, there's no reason to panic. We should deal with the issue, but having the Armageddon claim just is silly at this point.
Maybe the panic is the only thing that works in Washington, though. You can't get anybody.
Well, they've been making that argument for 40 years and it hasn't worked.
Yeah. Steve, I hope you come back soon, because I wanted to ask you about 3 or 4 other things. We're out of time right now, but come back. I like these thought experiments. I like going down this path, and thank you for reminding us what you said 20 years ago.
Yeah, what was it? Buy when the missiles are flying, because if they really do come, the trades
doesn't matter.
The trades won't settle.
Won't go through.
The trades won't settle. The next day. Should be dead. Coming up, former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb on cuts to health and science research funding. First, as we head to break, check out some of the big pharma stocks. President Trump telling reporters earlier today on Air Force One that tariffs are coming very soon. Maybe pharma. Squawk Box return in just a moment.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. What U.S. government agency was created out of the Glass-Steagall in 1933? The answer when Squawk Box returns.
Prime, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're reframing the very nature of financial planning around the most personal data point possible, your lifespan. Because Abacus is the originator, the market maker. We're not just participating in the space, we're reshaping it. As a technology-driven asset manager, we're empowering our investors with an integrated system to take command of what matters most. Your time, your future, your financial destiny. While legacy firms cling to static models and outdated assumptions, we move forward with precision, agility, and a vision rooted in reality, your reality. This isn't finance as usual. This is control in the hands of those who dare to lead. This is a new era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome. Abacus Global Management.
Optimism isn't sunshine and rainbows. It's fixing things, changing the way we fix things. Rolled up sleeves, breaking through, growing power to meet growing needs, working to run the world on smarter energy every day, taking power where the grid's never been, then getting up and doing it again. Because if optimism never stops, then change can't either. GE Vernova, the energy of change.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Market destination?
CNBC Plus. On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus. And now the answer to today's AFLAC trivia question. What government agency was created out of the Glass-Steagall in 1933? The answer? The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation.
All right, welcome back, everybody. The Trump administration has cut health research funding to $2.8 billion in May. That's down 28% from April. That's according to data from the Treasury Department. Joining us right now to discuss the implications is a former FDA commissioner, Dr. Scott Gottlieb.
It's 28 billion.
It's 2.8, not 28. He's a board member with Pfizer and Illumina, also a CNBC contributor. Dr. Gottlieb, thanks for being here today. First of all, describe what happened. Why was the funding cut and where was it impacted?
Well, there's a proposed cut in the president's budget for 2026 that's quite substantial, I think on the order of $17 billion. But for this year, the NIH is very far behind their spending goals. And so they're about $2.3 billion right now behind where they would normally be if they were spending the budget that was allocated for 2025. And this is going to set up a difficult situation towards the end of the year. Either NIH is going to have to spend that money, which means they're going to have to shovel out a lot of money to fund grants towards the back half of the year, or they're going to set up a showdown with the courts about impounding that money. I think a lot of people in the administration, especially the Office of Management and Budget, have wanted to test the president's authority to impound funds. This relates back to a statute in 1974, the Impoundment Act, also a Supreme Court case in 1975 where Nixon tried to impound funds that were earmarked for the EPA. I think there's a lot of people in the administration who believe that the president has authority to impound funds. They're going to probably try to do that at some point and test the legality of both that statute and the ability for the president to exercise discretion in how money gets spent. I don't think that they're going to use NIH as a test case for that, though. They're probably going to find some more absurd form of government spending and impound that money and then go to court to test the president's authority. I also don't think they're going to do it right now when they're working with appropriators to try to pass the reconciliation bill. But at some point this year, I would expect them to do that, not with NIH money, would be my guess. And that means they're going to have to spend that $2.3 billion and whatever else they're holding on to right now towards the back half of the year. So I don't think there's going to be actually NIH cuts this year. I think there's probably going to be some haphazard spending towards the back half of the year.
So what does that mean in terms of the research that's being done right now? How does that impact what's actually happening on the ground?
Well, look, you're seeing cuts to research. Some are political decisions that the administration is making to cut certain institutions or cut certain funding. We saw a court case in Boston yesterday where a judge said that they couldn't cut grants from the NIH that were earmarked towards so-called DEI programs, that it was too overtly political and discriminatory. So that court case is going to have to wind through. But I think the reality is that a lot of the cuts that they've made or the money that they've held back, the grants that they've canceled, they're going to have to figure out a way to either spend the money on the grants that it was allocated towards or find other ways to spend it. And so I think you could see a bolus in NIH spending towards the later half of this year. I think a lot of people are anticipating that all that money will be sort of sequestered or impounded. I don't think they're going to have the authority to do that. They may ultimately get the authority to do that by going through the courts, but I don't think NIH is going to be a test case. And so what I would expect is a lot of that money to get spent, probably not on the way it was originally programmed, but spent nonetheless.
Scott, let me ask you about where things are on some of this cutting-edge research that's taking place. Yesterday, we got this news from Sarepta that a second patient had died of liver failure after a gene editing medicine had been given to this patient. There was a lot of concern around this because the FDA kind of gave the fast-track approval to this. It's for a drug that helps with Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. That's a disease that kills boys and young men, usually by the time they're in their 20s. So a lot of questions about this. It was kind of fast-tracked by Dr. Peter Marks at the FDA over some objections of the staff. There's a new leader at the FDA who's going to be watching over some of these very issues. But for anybody who's thinking, okay, we're making a ton of progress with gene therapy, there's a lot of potential for this, that news in conjunction with the changes at the FDA have people wondering if this is going to put a freeze on what's happening there. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to put a freeze on what the agency's doing. I think I've heard that Vinay Prasad, the new head of CBER, who is a political appointee in that position, which is unusual in and of itself to see someone politically appointed to those roles as opposed to someone who rises up through the ranks of the career staff. He's expressed interest in some of these past approvals. I've heard he's also been taking a look at some of the pending CAR-T approvals. I think what happens if a Senate director starts getting involved in these regulatory decisions in sort of an arbitrary way that's unpredictable is it creates unpredictability in the development space, and people don't know where to allocate capital. They don't know what the agency's decision-making process is going to be. On the Sarepta issue, I would expect that they're going to review that now. Now, I don't think there was anything wrong with the way that went through the agency originally. There are occasionally these exceptional cases where you do have Senate directors taking an active interest in these new approvals that really establish new paradigms. And the gene therapy approvals, the early ones, were such cases. They were such products. And so the Senate director was involved in that approval. But this has become a bugaboo, if you will, of a lot of people who have argued that the agency in the past was too lax on some of these approvals, too permissive when it came to these gene therapy technologies and other technologies as well. There's sort of a handful of these cases that everyone seems to point to and rally around. And Vinay has done that with this approval in the past. He's written about it and talked about it. So I don't expect him to step away from that past dialogue. And I think that's why you saw the reaction in the stock yesterday from this particular company.
Yeah,
these are very important products. You've seen a lot of gene therapies. Yeah, you've seen a lot of gene therapies approved that have been really transformative for a lot of patients curing or treating certain forms of blindness, other rare metabolic diseases, inherited diseases of childhood. This one particular approval has attracted an outsized amount of scrutiny in the past, and I think that's why it's going to get reviewed.
I mean, just to look at the approval process, it was originally approved for 4 to 5-year-olds who were still walking. Dr. Marks allowed it with the broader approval so that it could go to older patients, teenagers and beyond, who were no longer walking. And maybe that's where some of the questions come in with this. But it's probably fair to point out that this is a disease that kills people usually before their 20s.
That's right. And look, when you have these gene therapies that look like they could be transformative for some of these patients, if you hold on to them, you don't approve them until you can get the results of randomized outcome studies that look at things like the accumulation of disability. In the preceding years, a lot of patients are going to become disabled. And so the agency has made an effort over many years to try to get these products, when they determine their baseline safety, out to patients sooner and then try to fully evaluate the benefits in a real-world setting. And I don't think anyone argues with that doctrine. I don't think the current leadership does. I mean, Marty Makary, the FDA commissioner, has talked about trying to broaden the scope of those policies to try to enable rare disease drugs to get to patients more quickly. This particular drug, though, has attracted scrutiny in the past because of the process that it went through. It's been sort of written about and maligned. So I think this is a sort of test case for the scope of how much they want to intervene in the approval process around sort of discrete decisions and redecide past decisions, relitigate past decisions. I think past decisions should be settled in the absence of new information. Obviously, the death is tragic and is new information. That's why I think it will prompt a reevaluation of this.
But your overall stance about where innovation is, where the push forward for some of these things, are you optimistic or not?
Look, I'm very optimistic about the pace of the innovation that we're seeing. You look across not just gene therapy, but also CAR-T therapy. You look at some of the immunotherapies in oncology, some of the personalized, what they call cancer vaccines, where they're using mRNA to try to instigate an immune response to cancers. We're seeing dramatic results in small series of patients in glioblastoma, pancreatic cancer, really hard to treat cancers. I think we're seeing really wonderful things right now in the pipeline. There's a lot of CAR-T development underway. I think you're going to see more products coming before the agency. And I made a prediction that we would be on a run rate to approve 15 to 20 gene therapies a year by 2026, 2027, and the FDA is fully on that run rate. So this is really a transformative paradigm. I don't think this one drug and the tragedy surrounding this particular patient is going to derail the pace of that progress. I don't think it's going to throw the FDA off of its desire to try to find new ways to get these treatments to patients more quickly. I think this is really a unique case. There is a policy underway at FDA right now that they've been working on. They were working on it before the current leadership came in, to try to create a new approval paradigm for gene therapies, where you can approve a gene therapy based on what we call a platform approach. So you approve a gene therapy construct that can modify cells within a certain organ system. So consider the liver, for example. You can get an approval for the ability to modify cells within the liver. And then when you want to apply for approval for different diseases that all stem from different genetic deformities, if you will, that arise from liver dysfunction, you can just submit basically a supplement, almost like a medical device approval, where you have a special controls for each clinical application, but you get an underlying approval for the basic construct of modifying liver cells. And that would greatly accelerate what we call the CMC portion of the review, the chemistry, manufacturing, controls, so you can get a broad approval and then just submit supplemental clinical information for each subsequent indication that you want to use that gene therapy construct. And if they advance that, I think that's going to also open up opportunities to get more of these products to patients more quickly.
Scott, just put my mind to rest. I was watching a competing network yesterday. I'm able to buy something that may get rid of the spike proteins I have left over from my vaccine. Is there any science that indicates that spike proteins can last for months or even years? Has any work been done on that?
Look, I certainly haven't seen it, and this is one of the most studied vaccines in modern times in terms of the hundreds of thousands, millions of patients that we've evaluated both in clinical trials and real-world evidence. And I'm on the board of Pfizer, as you know, which makes one of these vaccines. We do see patients that become chronically infected with SARS-CoV-2, and there is a lot of belief that patients who can't clear the virus adequately are the ones who go on to develop long COVID. Right.
Well, how long?
And there's other viruses also.
Yeah. How long does the messenger RNA? There's no way the half-life of that is very fast, isn't it? I mean, that's not still around.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. That gets transcribed. Whatever gets transcribed into protein gets transcribed very quickly. That breaks down very quickly, and you understand that as a scientist that's not going to hang around.
See crazy
it's not going to integrate.
So I don't have to get that.
Right.
So I can just stick with the relief factor, the balance in nature, and the relaxium from Ambassador Huckabee. Okay, so I don't need a fourth thing from. No, don't you get all those?
I don't think so, Joe.
I don't need all those? Okay, all right. Damn. Thank you, Scott Gottlieb.
Thanks a lot.
Coming up, former Biden advisor Amos Hochstein on the Israel-Iran conflict and the threats to the energy market. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
Franklin Templeton ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market, helping advisors build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
When you're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened happen? Fire it up, Randy! By being prepared for anything! Whatever comes your way, there's a pro for that.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
I'm the president of After School All-Stars. Through innovative and enriching programs, we're helping students succeed in and out of the classroom. But more kids than ever are struggling with anxiety and depression. Economic hardships, kids falling behind in school, and the overuse of devices are all contributing factors. We must work together to empower parents to keep their kids happy and safe. Youth mental health is a difficult challenge. It requires a comprehensive solution.
So many in this business try to scare you. We try to give you the confidence to do it yourself.
It gave me more confidence in my investing decisions.
You couldn't ask for more support.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join.
Golf, it's always bigger in Texas.
A remarkable round of golf. You are kidding me. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, this is amazing.
It's awesome.
It's a party out here.
Live is lit.
Crushers start the party here in Dallas.
Where do you go to a golf tournament and get an amazing concert? Nowhere but Live Golf.
Get your tickets to Live Golf Dallas.
This crispy chicken is from a taco place.
This crispy chicken is from a taco place? Hey, this crispy chicken's from Taco Bell? The taco place? This chicken is so perfectly crispy with tortilla chip coating. It's from a taco place. What? It comes in a burrito, too?
From your taco place, it's also a chicken place that's also a taco place.
President Trump left the G7 meeting early to focus on the conflict between Israel and Iran. The president says he's looking for something, in his words, better than a ceasefire. Join us now, former Biden senior advisor Amos Hochstein. He's a managing partner at TWG Global. And I assume you, Amos, and it's good to see you, I assume you have a pretty good idea of how the world is supplied right now with oil. And you can explain why we did see a move higher, but we certainly didn't see any of the fears from the past of something called a super spike, something to 100 or 150. Or I saw things even higher than that in the past if we thought Israel was going to attack the nuclear facilities. Why?
Good morning. It's good to be with you, Joe. Look, I think you're right. I think that normally, if you think about when the war in Libya started and we spiked to over $120 a barrel, different conflicts in the Middle East, we usually see a huge spike. We saw about what, 5-6%, or somewhere around there increase on the first day of the attacks, and kind of flat ever since. I think that's for two reasons. One, the world is actually well supplied. OPEC and Saudi Arabia increased supply just over the last few months. The U.S. is flat at the record level that we've been at for the last many months. So I think the world is quite well supplied compared to demand. At the same time, I think what the market is seeing is this confidence that Israel is able to continue this escalation with Iran and the war against Iran without the Iranians being able to do very much in response, and with diminishing response by the Iranians. And the fear of Iran escalating to include the United States in it means that they'll think very long and hard before they do anything that will affect the oil markets, like shutting down Hormuz or restricting some access. I still think there's some risk here that the market is overlooking, which is Iran exports 1.8 million barrels a day, mostly to almost all of it to China, and those are barrels that will come off the market, and so that will have to be addressed. But I think the market believes that it is able to handle it.
I feel bad about reading this to you, Amos, but the first part you're going to like. The lesson for President Trump is that oil prices shouldn't influence strategic decisions. This is from the Journal lead editorial. Shouldn't influence strategic decisions about whether to help Iran win its war or whether to take off sanctions from Russia. The strategic decisions shouldn't be based on the war. And then it kind of says that President Biden or whoever made the decision in the White House, I'm not saying it was you, but resisted tough sanctions on Russia and Iranian oil out of fear that gasoline prices might rise further. And rather than ease regulations on U.S. producers, the Biden team relaxed sanctions on Iranian oil exports, giving Tehran tens of billions of dollars to finance its nuclear program. But it said someone made that decision. Was that decision actually made, almost, or do you just take issue with what the journal is positing there?
I think the journal, I have no idea, it makes no sense to me what they're saying. One, we're dealing with completely different situations. One where oil was at about over $120 a barrel 3 years ago. Gasoline prices in the United States were over $5 a gallon, and recession, we were sliding back into recession. One. Two, Iranian exports of oil today in the Trump administration are higher than they were at any time during the Biden administration. So if that was such an easy fix, I don't know what's happened in the last 5 months. They're exporting 1.8. It is true that it has gotten a lot harder over the years to restrict Iranian exports because that while 10 years ago, 7 years ago, they used to export to a number of countries where we had influence, they now export exclusively, almost exclusively to China, where some of the facilities and entities that acquire it are not as easy to target and sanction. On the Russia side, we did target Russian oil exports, and the price cap that I think worked initially didn't work much later, but Russia was selling at a significant discount to oil markets. But I think all of that is irrelevant today. I don't even understand what the journal is referring to and why bringing that up today. But Iran was, as of just 4 days ago, was still exporting an enormous amount of oil. I think that is something that now is going to be constrained. And the question is, if it's constrained for a long period of time, you're taking 1.8 million barrels off the market. Can the market address that on a long-term basis?
Would you, just not as an oil analyst, but as just a, I don't know, a global citizen, do you think that that Israel needs to ask the United States to help with what's left at Fordo, or do you think that if there's a diplomatic solution, you allow some of the remnants of the nuclear program to stay intact in Iran? What would be your preference?
Look, I think that what Israel's been able to do over the last year and a half in the region is extraordinary, with support of, I think, 2 successive administrations. The Iranian unraveling of the regime basically started last April when it lobbed an unprecedented attack from its own soil to Israel, 300 missiles and drones. Did it again in October, a little lower than that. And the United States played a huge role in disrupting it, taking away the deterrence that Iran had from its missile program. Israel then retaliated and essentially took out the air defenses of Iran in 2024 and has been able to carry out this effort now. At the end of the day, Fordo and the nuclear program, at this point of where we are in the conflict right now, as of today, probably needs to go. And the question becomes, do you do it by force or do you do it through negotiations? I think that's the only one question that still remains now. And I think President Trump has to make a decision. Can the threat of use of force force Iran into making that capitulation of saying we will not have this facility, will have to be dismantled, or does it have to be done through force? There's a lot of human lives that are lost here. A lot of civilian lives are lost on both sides, but today primarily in Iran. So if there's a way to do this through negotiation or capitulation by the Iranians, I think that's worth exploring. But I think at this point of this conflict, how do you go through all the last several days and still have a nuclear program intact? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
You see this playing out successfully through one of those 2 avenues almost?
I think yes, I think it can. I think the Iranians have no choice, logical choice. The Iranians often make illogical choices, as they have over the last 15, 16 months. They've made it time and again. But there's very little for them to resist now, and it would make a lot of sense for them to agree to a capitulation on the nuclear program. The problem with these conflicts is that Israel has relied on the United States to help it end these conflicts. They entered a conflict with Hezbollah, and at the end of the day, we were able to translate the military gains into a political gain, which was a more stable neighbor in Lebanon with Hezbollah, weakened both militarily and politically. The same thing has to be thought out here. What happens what is the day after here? How does this end? And hopes for regime change is just that. So one has to think about what is the off-ramp, and that's as important right now as anything else.
and hopes that logic prevails. Amos, thank you. Amos Hochstein.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Up next, a storm cloud for solar stocks coming from Capitol Hill. And later, Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson will join us on why he says changes to the mega bill still don't go far enough. That's coming up at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be right back.
CoreWeave has been on a unique and truly extraordinary journey as we build the infrastructure that allows artificial intelligence to achieve its potential. We have built what is one of the most amazing companies and will be one of the most foundational companies on how artificial intelligence is delivered to the world.
Insurify. At Insurify, we make it easy to cut your car insurance bill in half. Half? How? Just go to Insurify.com and compare dozens of quotes in a few clicks. We cut out the middleman so you can cut your bill in half. Go to Insurify.com and save up to 50% on your car insurance.
I'm into comedy. I'm also into flambanging. What I'm not into is heartburn. That's why I take Voquezna.
Here in Keenan's stomach, Voquezna can kick some acid and relieve heartburn related to non-erosive GERD.
Voquezna is the first and only FDA-approved treatment of its kind.
And it heals erosive esophagitis known as erosive GERD.
Ooh la la.
93% of adults with erosive GERD were healed by 2 months. Of those healed, 79% stayed healed. Plus, Voquezna can provide heartburn-free days and nights. Other serious stomach conditions may exist. Don't take if allergic to Voquezna or while on rilpivirine. Serious allergic reactions include trouble breathing, rash, itching, and swelling of face, lips, tongue, or throat. Serious side effects may include kidney problems, intestinal infection, fractures, life-threatening skin reactions, low B12 or magnesium levels, and stomach growths. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, medications, and if you have diarrhea, persistent stomach pain or fever, decreased or bloody urine, seizures, dizziness, irregular heartbeat, jitteriness, chills, shortness of breath, muscle aches or weakness, spasms of hands, feet, or voice.
Voquezna can help kick some acid, and so can you.
Ask your doctor about Voquezna.
We ran a promotion cutting the price of Mint Unlimited in half, and it was so popular, we're doing it again. It's like a sequel that's actually as good as the original. Maybe better. Definitely not worse. Okay, it's exactly the same.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
And welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic Chu with a check on your morning movers on this Tuesday. Let's start with solar stocks. Broadly lower after the Senate Finance Committee released its latest version of President Trump's tax bill, which included a 2028 phase-out of solar tax credits. Enphase is the biggest pre-market laggard in the S&P 500, followed by First Solar. Also smaller names like Sunrun and SolarEdge shedding north of 20%, as you can see here. Those stocks are all down more than 40% over the past year or so keep an eye on those big solar names. Also, T-Mobile USA shares falling this morning after multiple reports that SoftBank is selling a roughly $5 billion stake in the telecom giant. Those funds could be used to help further SoftBank's ambitions when it comes to investing in artificial intelligence endeavors. SoftBank does remain the second largest shareholder in the company, according to data from FactSet. Deutsche Telekom remains the biggest shareholder with around a 50% stake. T-Mobile, by the way, is still up over the last 12 months, but has retreated from its recent all-time high. So keep an eye on T-Mobile. And then Lennar is higher after a mixed first quarter result, missing on earnings, but beating on revenue estimates. CEO Stuart Miller said the average sales price of their homes declined, citing higher mortgage rates and lower consumer confidence. New orders of homes did, though, increase 6% year over year. Lennar is a stock to watch later on today as well when home builder sentiment comes out at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Keep it right here. More morning movers and news when Squawk Box returns after this break.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can stick to the agenda or experience something unexpected. all while earning points for free nights with IHG One Rewards. With IHG's 19 hotel brands, you can guest how you guessed.
Introducing our icons, Peter Millar. Luxury meets performance.
What does it mean to live a rich life? It means brave first leaps, tearful goodbyes, and everything in between. With over 100 years' experience navigating the ups and downs of the market and of life, our financial advisors will be there to help guide you through, so you can move ahead with confidence. Because with all you've done to find your rich, we'll do all we can to help you keep enjoying it.
Discovering innovation today helps drive growth tomorrow. As a leading global asset manager, PGIM has established a track record of helping investors capitalize on growth opportunities. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
It's about political point.
Meta, bust rate Frank again.
Bummer. Last time you got a replacement Frank at Fins and Friends.
Let's go get us another Frank. I can't remember what Frank looked like.
Frank was an orange and white fantail fish.
Bag it.
Reminder, Zoe's school gets out in 10 minutes.
Be tight.
Hey!
Everyone loved meeting Frank at Show and Tell. Who's that?
Introducing Old Navy Active. New styles, new colors, new stretch, new feels. Old Navy, no moves.
Don't you have better things to do than manage your digital presence? Expert white glove service. Online privacy and identity protection. Concierge digital security by Reputation Defender.
Coming up in the next hour, Heyman Capital's Kyle Bass on geopolitical tensions from the Middle East to China. I don't want to watch this. Some people agree with Kyle, some don't, and we're talking about what we do with Fordo, really, and whether we help Israel. Squawk Box will return in just a moment.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man.
Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. and I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen now.
Experience the power of CNBC Pro. Track your portfolio from every angle on one optimized platform. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Welcome back. It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan. Andrew is off today. Among our top stories this morning, the Senate Finance Committee out with its version of President Trump's tax bill. There's a key change involved, actually lots of key change, but one of them is that $10,000 cap on the SALT deduction. That is down from the $40,000 cap that the House passed. We'll have more on this in just a little bit with Senator Ron Johnson. OpenAI has won a $200 million contract with the U.S. Defense Department to provide it with AI tools. Meantime, the Wall Street Journal reporting that tensions between OpenAI and Microsoft are intensifying. The Journal says that some things have gotten so tense that OpenAI executives have actually considered accusing Microsoft of anti-competitive behavior. And SoftBank raising nearly $5 billion from the sale of part of its stake in T-Mobile. SoftBank selling about 21 million shares. It still, however, remains as the second largest shareholder in T-Mobile. President Trump departing the G Summit 7 a day early to focus on the Israeli-Iranian conflict. Megan Casella joins us right now with more on that. Megan, good morning.
Hey, good morning again, Becky. That's right. We had expected the president to be here in Alberta through the end of the day today for a full day of meetings, including scheduled bilateral meetings with the presidents of Ukraine and Mexico as well. All of that getting scrapped quite suddenly late last night when the White House said the president had to get back to Washington to focus on the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The president told reporters on Air Force One on his way back overnight that he was looking for, quote, better than a ceasefire with Iran. And then he said this. Take a listen.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Yeah, or giving up entirely.
The big question at this point, of course, guys, is whether the U.S. will join in with the Israelis' attacks against Iran or whether they'll be continuing to push for a negotiated solution. The president posted on Truth Social several times about Iran overnight, but most recently saying that Iran has not reached out for peace talks in any way and that if they want to negotiate, they know where to find him. He also told reporters on that plane that he was not quite in the mood to negotiate with Iran. So all of that in play today. We do expect the president to be weighing those options from the Situation Room throughout the morning. A U.S. official told NBC News late last night that the president had asked for his national security team to be ready and prepared in the Situation Room when he got back from Canada. Guys?
All right, Megan, thank you. Megan Casella.
Coming up, Senator Ron Johnson with the latest on the president's tax bill, the Senate version. Then later, a read on the state of the consumer. Retail sales data going to be released. We're going to talk about the number and the Fed's rate path of former Atlanta Fed President Dennis Lockhart. We'll be right back.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex. Performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Are you throwing away money on your car insurance?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Try Insurify. We help you compare quotes and save half on your car insurance.
I like it when things are convenient and save me lots of money.
Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
Silver is at a 10-year high. Kootenai Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With the new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Kootenai Silver.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
To the ones who carry us. The selfless sacrificer of hair ties. The post-breakup pep talker. The queen who unites different friend groups. The bold leader when the night is young. Kate Spade.
Meta, bust rate Frank again.
Bummer. Last time you got a replacement Frank at Fins and Friends.
Let's go get us another Frank. I can't remember what Frank looked like.
Frank was an orange and white fantail fish.
Bag it.
Reminder, Zoe's school gets out in 10 minutes.
Gotta be tight. Hey!
Everyone loved meeting Frank at Show and Tell. Who's that?
The Senate Finance Committee releasing its long-awaited version of President Trump's tax bill. Parts of the legislation are at odds with the House version. Could be even more at odds if this gentleman gets his way. Joining us now, Republican Senator Ron Johnson, member of the Finance Committee. He has said he's a no over how much the bill is set to add to the debt. I don't know how many times I said your name after your last appearance, Senator. I guess you spoke to me a little. It's just when you said, is it really that big of an ask to get back to pre-pandemic levels? We got a chance. You know, the House is Republican, the Senate's Republican, the President's a Republican. Is that too much to ask? It's still not going to happen. You've made some progress. Are you happy yet?
Good morning, Joe. Listen, we've made some progress. That is true. You know, the House is saying they're going to cut something like $1.5 trillion net in spending. The problem is, in 1 year, from 2019 to 2020, we increased spending by over $2 trillion. So we're talking about spending reduction less than $2 trillion over 10 years. So no, we've got a long way to go. Like I said, the House has made some progress. You know, there's no doubt I don't want to increase debt, increase taxes. I don't want to default on our debt. But this is a budget process, and Joe, if you'll bear with me, I'm going to be issuing about a 30-page report later today or tomorrow, just lays out the reality. But let me just go through some of the key figures. For the 7 years prior to the pandemic, our average deficits were $661 billion. Then, of course, we went on the massive bipartisan spending spree in 2020. The 4 years following the pandemic, Biden and Democrats averaged deficits of $1.9 trillion. They didn't go back to pre-pandemic levels of spending or deficit. Now, the CBO score would have average deficits of $2.4 trillion over the next 10 years. Even the White House's what I would consider a reasonably rosy scenario, because it includes $2.8 trillion of tariff revenue, about $1.5 trillion of additional discretionary spending reductions. But even their scenario would average deficits of about a little under $1.9 trillion, a little less than Biden and the Democrats averaged over 4 years. We'll be averaging over the next 10. So the bottom line here, we're making some progress. The July 4th is an artificial deadline. The House bill is 1,100 pages. Just the Senate Finance Committee's summary of the tax revisions is 37 pages, a lot of complex detail. We don't have time to get this right by July 4th. We've got all of July. And we actually have beyond that in terms of when the debt ceiling comes due. What my role has been and will continue to be is I'm going to force everybody to look at the actual numbers. The massive deficits that we're projecting over the next 10 years, and then we'll let the chips fall where they may. But we haven't really looked at that. Nobody's been talking about numbers like that. They talked about, the only numbers that count are 218 and 51. Again, that's not the type of goal setting we need when we're $37 trillion in debt on the road to about $60 trillion in debt.
I've also mentioned a lot of the things you said to Speaker Johnson, and he's well aware too, and I know you've had conversations with him as well, and he just keeps coming back to the makeup of the House, makeup of the Senate, what can and can't be done in a perfect versus a good world, and then he had me convinced that you can talk about these things, but you have to deal with what the hand that that you've been given. You wanted to do so you wanted to not do one big beautiful bill. Everyone maybe do one thing where you deal with extending the tax cuts and then go line by line and try to get below where we were pre-pandemic. There are those that say we could pass the big beautiful bill and still revisit and do a lot of the things that you want to do subsequently in other reconciliation bills. Is that not possible, Senator, or will that be the end result?
Right.
Will you?
That's what I say. This cannot be a one-and-done bill. So again, the White House is definitely working with me. I appreciate the progress we've made. What I always used to tell my kids, though, is 3/4 of the word can't is can. And I would argue because we haven't had from leadership, not the president, not the speaker, not the majority leader, we haven't had this discussion of the 10-year massive deficits. The fact that, again, we averaged $1.9 trillion over the last 4 years, and we're really not addressing that. We're not bringing that down at all. We're increasing. So leadership should start with, here's the problem that we have to solve, as opposed to the only number that counts is 218 and 51. So again, what I want to do is force a discussion over the next month. The good news is I respect the president. I want to see him succeed. I respect the speaker. I respect Leader Thune. These are good people. We're trying to do a very hard thing. But again, I just take a business person's approach. The first step in solving any problem is admitting you have one and then properly defining it. I suppose we all admit we've got a debt and deficit problem, right? We always say, don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem, but we haven't properly defined it if the only definition is 51 votes and 218. And just pull a number out of the air, 1.5 trillion. Sounds like a lot, but like I said, we increased spending by more than that in just a single year. This is unprecedented, what we've done in terms of increasing spending. So our response should be unprecedented as well. It shouldn't be impossible. It should be entirely doable and eminently reasonable.
Okay. So you did the Senate version has the SALT cap down to 10. You're probably for that. Clean energy credits, I think, go away quicker. Where's the lion's share of what you want to do? Where does it reside? I'm sure it's in Medicaid, isn't it? And they're going to go from 6%, what the states can tax the hospitals, are going to go to 3.5%. What would you do? How would you get down to some of the numbers that would be more palatable to you? Where would the cuts be?
So again, I start with those 3 pre-pandemic levels of spending, actual outlays from Clinton in '98, Obama in 2014, and Trump in 2019. And here's where we can save money. Just from 2019, the amount of money we're spending over and above 2019, fully inflated for inflation and population, is $384 billion in other mandatory, doesn't include Medicaid, and other and non-defense discretionary. So there's $384 billion. If you include Medicaid in there, it's $517. If you go back to Obama in 2014, it's $578 excluding Medicaid. It's $803 billion. Again, this is spending above and beyond actual outlays, above and beyond fully inflated for population inflation. You go back to Bill Clinton, it's $1.3 trillion total. So there, I just laid how easily it's all over. It's across the board. It's in every spending category because we don't control it. We don't go line by line like a business does or like a family does. We set 75% of our budget, call it mandatory. And again, there's Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. But in other mandatory, there's over $1 trillion. And as I said, right now, just from 2019, we're $239 billion above fully inflated 2019 spending. So again, I've been railing about this. I've been beating my drum since January about this. it's been widely just discounted because everybody, well, we can't do that. That's too hard. You know, we need to get 51 votes. But we haven't led with the definition of the problem. We haven't led with the massive problem that we have to face. So, again, my role in this is I'm going to force at least members of Congress, at least the administration, to look at the actual numbers, the massive problem we face, and I'm going to force them to deal with it. And at least come up with some, either say, we're not going to do it, we're not going to reduce spending, at which point, maybe, just maybe, and I don't even want to contemplate this, but just maybe, we ought to try and pay for it. Maybe we shouldn't keep cutting taxes. Yeah, maybe we got to increase taxes on everybody. I think it's a stupid thing to do. I would just vote to extend current tax law. But if we're not really willing to address spending and the projected now, with the OBBB, the one big beautiful bill, projected $24 trillion in additional deficit spending over the next 10 years, something's got to give. And again, I'd rather control it. I'd rather have it managed as opposed to a acute debt crisis. We've been living in a chronic debt crisis. That's what devaluation of the dollar is. You know, 1998, that dollar's worth 51 cents. The 2014 dollar is worth 74 cents. 2019 dollar is worth 80 cents. That's why people can't afford things. That's why we're really pushing the American dream beyond the reach for our young people. What we have done, what us old people have done, basically indebting our children, stealing from their future, their prospects. The way we've diminished them is immoral. It's unconscionable. We have to live up. We have to face that, and we've got to do something about it.
Senator, I hear you. I hear your message. I assume your Senate colleagues hear you too. Have they just gotten to the point where they figure they're going to move on without you? Do you have other senators who are in agreement with you? We've heard senators like Rand Paul and a few others who have come on this program to talk about their complaints with the bill. Are you all on the same page, or is this a group of individuals who each have their own issues?
I'm confident enough that we have a group of senators that will delay this until at least the August recess so we can look at this. We have greater discussions. You know, we've got Rick Scott, who is probably the world's expert in healthcare. Nobody knows more about the hospitals, how much money they are raking in, the problems we have with rural hospitals, the problem we have with nursing homes. Those are real problems. Let's not address them through Medicaid, through Obamacare addition to Medicaid. So Rick Scott has some fabulous ideas. They're not being incorporated in this because we don't have time. We're rushing to get a result by July 4th. So again, I think I've got enough people say, okay, let's slow this down. We all want to get a result. We all want to vote yes on something, but just not this and just not now. We've got to take the time to find the problem, look at it, start coming up with real solutions, not just something quick papered over, because we got to do this by July 4th.
Okay, so this is you, Rick Scott. Who else is in that group that says, forget it, we're not doing this before the August recess?
So I don't want to speak for others, but I'm quite sure Mike Lee's with us. And then you've got Rand Paul, who seems to be a no matter what. But there's a larger group of fiscal conservatives that once we lead on this issue, they're working behind the scenes as well to get a good result. So again, we're trying to do this collaboratively, cooperatively. Nobody's mad at each other. I mean, I'm actually getting a fair amount of support from leadership because they realize this as well. We know we have to get the votes in the end, but what I'm saying is you're not going to get the right votes until you actually define the problem properly, which we haven't taken the time to do yet.
So this is not I'm no until I get something else I want down the road, and then I'll vote yes to get this passed so that the tax hikes don't come through on anybody. This is a no, unless we absolutely have change to this bill itself.
Yeah, we need a significant commitment to a reasonable pre-pandemic level spending. I don't demand we get that now. It's impossible to get right now. But then a commitment to a process to achieve and maintain it. Again, it's easy to say. I'm a manufacturer. You don't get a good product without a good product. The White House has come a long way, and they're really cooperating with me in terms of setting up that process. Very DOGE-like, you know, a forensic audit of all line items in the budget, all of the more than 2,600 programs. So people are on board. We'll fund it. We'll hire forensic auditors to do this. So again, we're making good progress. We simply can't make enough progress by July 4th. So again, from my standpoint, this has got to go into July. Let's use the time well. The ball's been in the Senate court for 2 weeks. 1,100-page bill, again, 37 pages just of the tax changes. We haven't done a good job in terms of describing why Obamacare addition to Medicaid is putting at risk Medicaid for the vulnerable. Great article in the Wall Street Journal. A father of a 17-year-old autistic child is on a waiting list for home care because they're being crowded out by the single, working age, able-bodied adults, childless adults. That's wrong. That puts at risk the Medicaid for the vulnerable. Nobody wants to cut Medicaid for the vulnerable, for the people actually designed, but it's Medicaid expansion. For every dollar the state puts into Medicaid expansion for those single adults, the federal government kicks in $9. That has led to all kinds of abuse, and I would say legalized fraud on the part of states and providers. That has to end. We have to get control over this.
All right. Senator, we'll have you back. Heck, now we can be talking to you in late July and August about, now that we know that it's not going to, if that were to happen. But we do want to have you back, and you've got those senators on your side, and the more you talk, I'm thinking about the senators that are on the other side, because then they start adding up, and I don't know how it happened. I don't know how it gets done, but we certainly need to. You're making us all aware of it, that's for sure. So come back soon. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on.
Okay.
All right, up next, Amazon looks to take on NVIDIA in the chip war, plus retail sales data and a preview of the Fed meeting, which starts today. We'll be right back.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Buying a car is kind of a big deal. How do you know if it's the right car for you? Ooh, with the most deal ratings and complete vehicle history from Car Gurus. That's how. Boom.
An important day is coming for every American with money in the markets, and it'll be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets, based on 100 years of data. My name is Mark Chaikin. I spent 50 years on Wall Street, where I helped create an entire stock rating system. I've met everyone from George Soros to Warren Buffett. I got my broker's license in 1966 and have invested through 9 recessions plus countless panics and bull markets. And I found there's one incredible indicator to help identify big market turns. I used this indicator in 2018 when I told Jim Cramer stocks would fall. I used it in 2020 to help folks get back into stocks. I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking, and again in March of 2022 to predict a crash. I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023, and again in 2024 when I told Business Insider the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025, backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look, if you have money in the markets, you must know 2 critical things right now. First, what to own in 2025 as the market continues higher, and second, exactly when the markets are likely to crash in 2026. I put together a free presentation that explains everything, including the exact month stocks are most likely to crash next year. You can watch my new presentation free of charge. To learn more, visit the website below.
Never miss a moment.
The reconciliation bill will not only give certainty to the markets about the extension of the current tax regime that exists, but it also adds new stimulus.
I would expect inflation on a year-over-year basis this year to shoot up to at least 3% or slightly over because of the tariffs.
People's anticipation is like things are going to get worse, but they haven't gotten worse.
Amazon's AWS unveiling a new chip to take on NVIDIA in the cloud wars. And Christina Partsenevelos is live in Austin, Texas. Good morning.
Good morning. This is where Amazon Web Services chips are born. This is Annapurna Labs. It used to be once very top secret, but now they're letting, media journalists like me inside. And today they're announcing that their latest Graviton 4 chip, that would be their CPU, is now offering 600 gigabytes per second of networking bandwidth, which would be potentially the largest in the public cloud. If you're confused on what that means, a distinguished engineer at AWS told me that it's Ali Saidi. He said that it's like running 100 CDs per second. That's how quick data is being transferred to and from a particular chip, which really marks a big win in their custom chip strategy against traditional players like Intel and AMD. But the real battle, which a lot of these smart people around me are working on right now, the real battle is about NVIDIA and AI. Recently, AWS did announce that they are going to be deploying hundreds of thousands of their own Trainium 2 chips, which are seen right here, to build the largest AI supercomputer for Anthropic. And you think about it, that was a massive order that would have traditionally gone to NVIDIA. Here's AWS executive Gadi Hutt discussing the difference between NVIDIA chips and AWS. Listen in.
Blackwell is more performant than Trainium 2, but Trainium 2 is still more cost performant than the Blackwell. And we also announced Trainium 3. Trainium 3 is coming up this year, and it's doubling the performance of Trainium 2, and it's going to save energy by 50 additional %.
This is the Trainium 2 chips that these are the Trainium 2 chips that he's talking about. We know NVIDIA charges quite a lot for their scarce chips, but AWS is reportedly offering these chips at a fraction of the cost. So really the secret weapon for AWS is price point. And that's why we're here today. And then all of these guys came in really early for this to just showcase what they do. Guys?
All right, to tell me we got to go. I had a lot of questions, Christina. Is that the only color? Is that black? That's very kind of a depressing. Is that the only color that comes in? Could I get a teal or a maroon or something?
I'm sure. Yes, if you really want it to be that special, Joe, yes, you could get whatever color you want, but no, they normally do not change it.
I used to ask John Chambers at Cisco whether I could get a different color than that tan for all the. It's an old joke, and it didn't work back then.
You just want to be special, right?
Yeah, I am. In some ways, thank you, Christina. Up next, May retail sales and import prices, the numbers and market reaction. We'll be right back.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time, and it handles everything, from finding great candidates to setting up interviews.
So, no more back and forth?
Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wow. Another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Opportunities can be hard to find, like catching lightning in a bottle. In uncertain times, it's tempting to retreat or simply wait and see. At CME Group, we empower those who act. We deliver tools to help manage risk and capture opportunities in every market climate, across every major asset class, to seize each possibility at precisely the right moment. CME Group, opportunity is everywhere.
With a strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts, the president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, tomorrow 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
For the professional, it's not enough to possess knowledge. We seek to refine it, to wield its power, to redefine its boundaries. Knowledge is put to the test in every GMC Sierra.
Or current eligible GMC owners get 0% APR with a total value of over $11,000 on this Sierra 1500 model. We are professional grade.
We are just seconds away from retail sales and import prices. The futures this morning are weaker, not as weak as they've been, though, down 160 right now for the Dow. Let's get right over to Rick Santelli at the CME in Chicago. Rick.
Yes, we can see yields moving lower. The market's smart. Retail sales for the month of May coming in at minus 0.9%, almost down 1%. This is much more aggressive to the downside than we were expecting. We were expecting a number in the vicinity of down 0.5% to down 0.6. But to be fair, we had a very aggressive March where we were up 1.7. That was the best going all the way back to the beginning of 23. So there is a bit of payback as we pull forward much activity. Now we may be taking a break from that. All right, now let's strip out autos and see where we go. Minus 0.3%. We're expecting up 0.2. Let's strip out autos and gasoline. That comes in down 0.1. So down 0.1, that was expected to be up 0.3. Down 0.1 would be only the second negative number of the year outside of the very beginning of the year when we were down 0.4. Now, let's look at the control number. This is core retail sales, and it is the bright spot here. Up 0.4%. That is better than expected, and that would comp to up 0.5% in March. So this particular metric has been pretty aggressive to the upside. The only down month was last month, and that was cut in half from minus 0.2 to minus 0.1. Now, let's switch gears, shall we? Let's look at import prices. These are for the month of May, along with export prices. Import prices unchanged. We're expecting a more deflationary down 0.2%, but unchanged. And if we look at ex-petroleum, it's up 0.2. So we can see where some of that downside pressure was. Up 0.2, that would be the warmest, well, just since last month when it was up 0.4. 0.4 actually was the highest going back to April of 24. So we have moderated just a bit. Now, let's look at the year-over-year numbers for import prices. They are coming in up 0.2. Up 0.2. We're expecting unchanged. 0.2 would comp to last month when it was up 0.1. Prior was up 0.8. The high water mark was 1.7 in February. That was a lot warmer than many expected, but you can see we're cooling off there on imports. Now let's switch gears to export prices month over month. Now here's something big. Export prices month over month. And we know that we've seen much in the way of falling off import prices, imports in general, that has really dropped the trade deficit. Well, exporting minus 0.9%, almost down 1% on export prices. That might say something more about outside economies than the U.S. economy. Minus 0.9, that would be the most aggressive negative month going all the way back to May of 23. And finally, year over year, export prices up 1.7%. We're expecting up 2.5%. That's the lightest of the year. Back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you. Let's bring in Steve Leisman. He joins us right now with more on these numbers. Steve, what's your takeaway after digging through very quickly through some of these numbers?
So it was worse, but it wasn't as bad as maybe it appears on the surface. Let me set the context here. The context here is that you had this real strong action by consumers pulling forward purchases ahead of essentially the tariffs. They were trying to beat the tariffs. And so what you had is you had some categories in which they did that pull forward come off strong. For example, motor vehicles up 2.5% in May, down a very strong minus 3.5% This is motor vehicle and parts. Electronics and appliances actually have been down 2 months in a row, but not down as much as prior. And so when Rick points out the money number, which is the control group, that's the one that feeds into GDP at plus 0.4%. I would say it could have been worse, and it was not actually that bad. That's the one that economists are going to use essentially to for GDP. They'll get other stuff from other sources, but right now that number is the one that pulls in. Actually, looking at the discretionary items, Becky, I wasn't disappointed. For example, sporting goods up 1.3%, furniture up 1.2%, clothing hanging in there up 0.8%. So not too shabby on the score of that. Ultimately, you have a question, which is you had the pull forward. Consumers had the wherewithal to do that in March and April. And now you have a little bit of give back. Okay, that makes June essentially the rubber month, June and July, to see, is the consumer hanging in there? Has that sentiment weighed on the consumer and caused them not to spend? That's really the question. I would say you don't want to give up the ghost here on the consumer just yet. Some of these numbers, even though they look bad on the surface, suggest there's still hope there that they're hanging in there, Becky.
You called June the rubber month, meaning what? The rubber hits the road that month? That's when we'll have a better idea?
No. That's when you have one win, one loss. The third game is the rubber game. That's just probably showing my age here with an old metaphor.
I got it.
The rubber match.
Yeah,
of course you do,
showing your
Joe.
age.
Unfortunately.
All right, Steve, thank you. We'll see you later. For more on the data in the Fed's policy meeting, we want to bring in Dennis Lockhart. He is former Atlanta Fed president and a distinguished professor of international affairs at Georgia Tech. Dennis, what do you think of Steve's analysis on this, the idea that, yeah, the numbers are bad, but a lot of that was pulled forward?
Yeah, I'll associate myself with Steve's analysis there. I think the pull forward effect is probably showing up in the numbers, which means that the committee is likely to just take this as 1 month's numbers, wait some more time and evaluate the next round and perhaps even the round after that before making any conclusion about what the consumer's posture really is.
And that means from the Fed's perspective, they look at numbers like this and they don't panic, thinking that the economy's falling off a cliff yet or that the consumer is losing steam?
There's no reason to panic. The data are mixed in the retail sales numbers, as Steve pointed out. And you can pick and choose among the data to paint one picture or another. So I think this is one to take on board, but I think Steve's theme of the pull forward effect is perhaps the big story here.
So what do you think the Fed's going to be considering? I don't think anybody's really expecting them to cut rates tomorrow, but they're going to be talking today and tomorrow. And what will the discussion around the table be?
Well, certainly the discussion is, is anyone perceiving any true break in the basic narrative they're working off of, which is, as I see it, a slowing of the economy, but no marked break from that particular story. And then the question of uncertainty going forward, how they're seeing the outlook given all of the smoke in the air. And I think they'll also be spending some time, no doubt, talking about the framework exercise. So this is a meeting in which I doubt we're going to see coming out of it in the statement or in Powell's press conference any major change in messaging. What's the framework exercise? The exercise they're going through around the strategic framework. They've had some meetings around the country, and they should be working toward sometime later this year, I believe, a restatement that takes place every 5 years, and that is something that can take up some time in the meeting. So uncertainty, we knew was the case already from a lot of the policies concerning trade and tariffs. Not knowing exactly how we're negotiating on some of those fronts, although maybe we made some progress with the UK.
you have this additional uncertainty from geopolitical events, what's happening in the Middle East right now. How does the Fed try and consider that, or do they?
Certainly, they're paying attention to it. It appears not to have had any particular effect on the domestic economy yet. You had someone on earlier today, Amos Hochstein, who's pointed out that the petroleum markets are well supplied, and therefore, although there was a jump in oil prices, it was modest and seems to have plateaued. So there is just one more factor that feeds into this picture with tariffs, with mass deportations, now with the Middle East, that makes it a very difficult time to project the economy.
And that means what, from the Fed's perspective, that they will wait until they have much clearer signals before they do anything?
Yes, I think they're waiting for greater clarity. And they are confident they're in a good position to react to any adverse developments on either side of the mandate. So it's a wait-and-see mode, and I think they're happy with where they are for the time being.
We had an analyst on earlier this morning who suggested that after the Fed puts out its statement tomorrow, the market is going to have to rethink this idea of 3 rate cuts this year, that she didn't think it would be more than 2, and that's not necessarily something the market is prepared for, or that they have really kind of gotten their heads around that. Would you agree with her analysis that, 2 rate cuts at the most this year?
I would agree. I don't think 3 is in the cards.
You think 2 is in the cards?
I think 2 is possible. We've got a lot of time between now and year end, and several more meetings. I wouldn't be surprised if the median dot showed 1, but that's just because it takes a relatively few participants to move from 1 to 2 or 2 to 1 in order to change the median. As I'm looking at this year, I think 2, 1, and I would not entirely rule out that we get through the whole year and there's no rate cut.
Okay. Dennis Lockhart. Dennis, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much, Becky.
Yeah. Lawn bowling.
Lawn bowling.
16th century England. 2 theories. One.
I didn't realize you guys were that old.
Yeah. You try to get close, but not too close to the ball. If it rubs each other, then it changes the outcome of the game, or rubs out the opponent, which is why apparently they're not really sure. But yeah, rubber match. You didn't.
I did not know that.
You didn't know that. See, that's why this is so great. Up next, Heyman Capital's Kyle Bass on the Israel-Iran conflict and what it could mean for markets. We'll be right back.
5K fun run.
Say hi to Patty, celebrated social worker.
Who's coming in second?
Self-appointed social chair. Potluck, kickball, last call.
Sign up for goat yoga.
You name it, she's on it. And you have 47 emails to prove it. But her capacity to care is unmatched. You need Patty. Patty needs a retirement plan. Work with Principal so we can help you help Patty with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for her.
Good night, guys.
Let our expertise round out yours.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school. It's a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. That's why at UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and job experience, why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition, and why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. For over 75 years, UMGC has helped people succeed again. What will your next success be?
Every shot is an opportunity, and success requires drive, resilience,
get it there,
and sometimes luck. But what if luck had less to do with it? What if we had the tools to help us practice smarter, the insights to gain an edge, and the data to inform our strategy? Taking our games from that to this.
Yes, sir.
KPMG Performance Insights are transforming the game for the entire LPGA Tour.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. and our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
So many in this business try to scare you. We try to give you the confidence to do it yourself.
I feel like I'm always on top of things because I know Jim has my back.
You can feel confident through the highs and the lows.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join Jim.
Michael Jordan's the only guy who can compare in terms of confidence.
When you're Steph Curry, there's brand value there, there's brand awareness.
Curry Inc., the business of Stephen Curry. Stream now on CNBC+.
Joining us to talk markets, Iran and China, Kyle Bass, founder and chief investment officer at Heyman Capital. We usually talk to you about China, but since we're going to talk about Israel and Iran supplies a lot of the oil to China, it's all interrelated, as it seems everything is. Kyle, I didn't even retweet or do anything to what you included me on. You put my name on it yesterday. I'll read your tweet. To set Iran's nuclear weapons program back a decade or more, the United States must help finish the job. We're the only nation capable of dropping the GBU-57A. I guess that's the bunker buster. And I think, can only a B-2 bomber drop it? That's what I've been told. So the United States would have to be involved. You think it's something that, even though it might, our involvement in the whole war would be a lot more obvious and overt. And people like Tucker Carlson, and there's a lot of people that say, I voted for Trump to avoid this kind of stuff. I mean, immediately, I couldn't believe how much play that tweet got. Did you see it all, too?
I did see what Tucker, a lot of people are calling him Tucker Carlson now. I think that, I don't know where Tucker's foreign policy deviated, and as voters vote, we vote for our leadership to keep us safe. And I think the entire world realizes that the largest state sponsor of terror cannot possess a nuclear weapon. And unfortunately, the way that Iran has built its infrastructure, after I've consulted with our senior military leadership, many of which are friends of mine, tell me that it's going to require the U.S. to drop one of those huge bombs to get to two specific sites in Iran, Natanz and Fordow there in the center, just south of Iran. The Israelis can drop 5,000-pound bombs, but it requires us to drop the big ones. Only our B-2s can drop those right now. So again, it requires our participation, Joe. You've probably seen that we've had a number of our B-2s move to Diego Garcia, which is an island just off if you want to Google it, just off the south, basically, that's just southeast of Iran in the Indian Ocean. And look, if we're going to finish this, if we're going to keep the largest state sponsor of terror from obtaining a nuclear weapon, then the United States, unfortunately, has to participate. And I think in reading what President Trump said last night and looking at the forced posturing of U.S. forces, again, we can go finish this and eliminate, at least set them back a decade in their nuclear ambitions. And, that doesn't mean bomb Tehran. That means bomb 2 nuclear sites in the middle of the desert. So, and I think it's necessary.
The other thing that there was a lot of conjecture was whether it's even deeper than this bomb can actually penetrate to. And then other people, Kyle said, there's a way to do it with either special forces and that things, at this point are so softened that the target has been softened from everything else that Israel has done, that you might be able to do it by actually going to the site itself and just destroying it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the primary talk amongst our military elite is the bomb. You know, it's a 30,000-pound bomb. And maybe we have to drop 2 or 3 of them, Joe. But again, we're talking about remote sites in the middle of the desert. We're not talking about the U.S. forces putting boots on the ground in Iran, which is certainly what none of us want, right? None of us want war. But when the IEA and the international community realized that Iran had been lying to everyone all along about their nuclear enrichment moving from low enrichment to high very quickly, that's what forced Israel to attack, and it's what's forcing us to potentially participate. And again, these are things that they're uncomfortable, and they are necessary, and we have to do it now. You can't wait until Iran actually obtains one of these bombs, because you and I both know what they're likely to do if they get one. So these are the tough decisions that real leadership has to make, Joe, and it looks like the world's leaders are making these decisions.
Yeah, I don't know how long you think this regime stays in power. You can't count on that, obviously. No one's got a problem with the Iranian people, but when a regime, repeatedly says, death to Israel, death to America, we're going to, our stated goal is the obliteration of the state of Israel. What are you supposed to do if you're Netanyahu? I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
so how do you how do you negotiate? Do you believe someone who says, "Oh yeah, we don't think that anymore"? I don't know how you negotiate a settlement.
Yeah, I mean, look, terrorists understand one thing, and it's violence. Unfortunately, that's the answer. There is no negotiating with terrorists. The U.S. Used to have a policy of never negotiating with terrorists or state sponsors of terror. And here we have a position where the world has kind of devolved over a long period of time to where we've allowed them to have these, let's say, nuclear enrichment facilities supposedly for civilian use in the nuclear power arena. And, the reason that Trump backed out of the nuclear talks with Iran in his first administration is they weren't adhering to their side of the bargain. And so we pulled out. And that is natural when the other side of at the other side of the table is just not living up to their obligations. And so now we know that they were lying all along. And that's why Israel and the U.S. are considering this. I think if you look at what the U.S. posture has done, Trump has said he wants a deal. He wants a deal. He wants to do it diplomatically. He wants a deal. He thinks there is something to do. And now he's saying, okay, well, Iran never wanted a deal. They were never going to allow inspectors in because they had spun up so much highly enriched uranium. So now all it is we have to finish this. We have to finish their ability, or let's just say their nuclear ambitions. We need to set back at least a decade by executing.
The parallels to WMDs in Iraq that I see everywhere too. I don't know. There's no question that we have a better idea and a better idea that they definitely aren't very close to obtaining a WMD. And in this case, not, I don't know, what were we worried about with Iraq, sarin or gas?
Well, if you remember, with Iraq, it was chemical weapons.
Chemical weapon.
I was talking with the firm that is about to begin cleanup in Syria, and they told me that there are 32 chemical weapons manufacturing sites in Syria alone, and that many of the chem weapons that Syria has came from Iraq. There was this concept that Saddam Hussein, when he knew we were coming, moved his chemical weapons to Syria. Syria has an enormous amount of chemical weapons, and the international community is looking to fund the cleanup of those weapons. Now, of course, the Iran conflict is putting a fair amount of, let's say, strain on the Middle East, and that chemical weapons cleanup is going to have to be delayed. But there are a massive number of chem weapons in Syria, many of which came from Iraq. So again, what we need to do is just promote global stability. And unfortunately, promoting global stability sometimes means taking action against the world's largest sponsor of terror.
Hey, Kyle, have you thought through to what comes next? How we fill the vacuum there? Because that has been the problem with Middle Eastern things. And again, not to excuse anything Iran's doing or to not try and take out nuclear weapons there, but what happens next?
Yeah, look, I'm going to give you a little bit of my ideology here, and forgive me if you can't connect the dots in the beginning, but look, inflation and what the U.S. Fed did by putting 40% more M2 in the market and pushing, call it 40-50% inflation between 2020 and 25 to the rest of the world in dollars. The entire world is priced in dollars. So whether you have another currency or not, everything's priced in dollars, and you just back solve for how much of your currency you have to put up. The rest of the world has this kind of negative convexity to the US's actions. So we push a bunch of inflation to the world, and what that does is further destabilize areas that were already bouncing along the bottom. So when you look at the Middle East, even with some of the oil producers, you look at the currency exchange rates of the greater Middle East, including countries with, like Turkey with 90 million people, and they've hyperinflated their currency away from 2020 to 2025. So the financial architecture of the Middle East has never looked this bad. The financial architecture of China has never looked this bad. And so this gets back to your question, Becky, what happens next? We have a ground war in Europe. We have India and Pakistan really showing some hostility again. We have Iran and its illegitimate proxies causing terror across the Middle East and world writ large. And now we have China staring down the barrel of the Taiwan Strait, and the U.S., again, and our allies in Australia and Japan, very much worried about what China does next. So my view is this inflation that got pushed to the world destabilized the world, especially the world's economies that weren't the bellwether economies. And I believe more war, more friction, more social tearing of the societies is coming because inflation was so large. It was, if you look at these charts of all the currencies of these countries, you see that in 2020, everything fell apart. Once COVID came about, and I can go chart by chart by chart with you. So that architecture is broken. So expect more conflict.
And we'll talk, next time, Kyle will talk about what it means for China, whether they sit back, Russia, whether they sit back. It's all connected, but we're almost done with the show.
Order filled.
Thanks. Squawk
Order
Box will be right
submitted.
back.
Order filled.
Order filled.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
We are going to write the future of healthcare, one where care is more personalized, more accessible, and much lower cost. This IPO is an important moment, but it is still just the beginning of our story.
Itch, itch, scratch, must not itch. Scratch.
Stop the itch sanity with Cortisone 10 for bug bites, poison ivy, and other itches. It works fast and lasts for hours. Cortisone 10. And for no mess relief, try new cooling spray.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Prime Day is coming July 8th through the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next.
What's the move?
Plate, bank, bank. Buckets.
To the ones who carry us. The queen who unites different friend groups. The bold leader when the night is young. Kate Spade.
So, what do you think about the Jeep Wrangler?
Very spacious. Sorry, we just saw Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, and we are very excited.
legendary big league is here. Athletes Unlimited Softball League. The best players on the game's biggest stage. This is legendary. AUSL on the networks of ESPN.
PGA Tour officially announcing this morning that Brian Rolapp has been named CEO. He comes to PGA from the NFL, where he served as chief media and business officer. A news release this morning said longtime Commissioner Jay Monahan will focus on his role as a member of the PGA Tour Policy Board through 2026. We know this guy. He's a friend of Squawk. And he does say, I know this might be a shock to people. I come from the NFL. I'll be the first to admit I've got a lot to learn about golf, but I think he tweeted out a picture of him and Tiger. That's a pretty good start. But I love the game. I play the game.
He's considered a potential successor to Goodell.
To Roger, yeah. But that's pretty good gig. Hopefully we can have him on. We used to have him on after the Super Bowl all the time to talk about all the
ads,
the tweets and the ads.
Yeah. All right, that does it for us today. Make sure you join us right back here tomorrow. Right now, it's time for Squawk on the Street. Futures are a little in the red today, down 215 for the Dow. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber and Sarah Eisen at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer has the morning off. Futures come off the session lows as core retail sales for May come in with a surprise drop. Yields get a modest bid, but likely suppressed by some signs of renewed escalation between Israel and Iran. Oil is near 73. Our roadmap begins with the president leaving the G7 early in Canada, saying he wants something more than a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Oil is moving higher.
Solar stocks also getting slammed in the early trade this morning. The Senate version of Trump's tax bill takes a big bite, just as the House did, out of energy incentives.
And the Federal Reserve getting ready to meet to talk rates and the health of the American economy. We will help get you ready.
Let's begin with the markets digesting a lot of news this morning, including the president's departure from the G7 summit in the wake of the Israel-Iran conflict. Of course, had the pool with him on Air Force One on the way back to D.C. Said really not in the mood to negotiate, not necessarily looking for a ceasefire. Of course, he posted a post telling residents of Tehran to evacuate. Kind of a far cry from the story we got in the Journal 24 hours ago that there were signs of maybe some returns to the table.
I mean, it's still a guessing game at this point of whether the U.S. enters the war in a more meaningful way from a military perspective. And not surprisingly, he's not going to give a heads up on that front. What he said on the plane with the reporters is what they're looking for. What the U.S. is looking for is an end, a real end, not a ceasefire, an end, the president said. And that is, I mean, aligns very much with the Israeli goals. The question is, how do they get there? Is there any window still for diplomacy? I think the market liked the headlines or the word of headlines that Iran might be ready to talk, though publicly that's not what we hear from Iran. It's not what we hear from Israel. And so I think, you know, what we've heard from a lot of the experts we've talked to in the last 24 hours is that this is going to go on for a while. So maybe that's what's causing oil prices to go back up today. But again, you know, still energy infrastructure hasn't been touched yet in terms of bombings by Israel on Iran, and Strait of Hormuz is still open. Maybe it's tense, but it's flowing.
Plus, you've got an OPEC Plus meeting coming up on July 6th. So that could be an additional supply if needed. But Sarah's right. Straits of Hormuz not touched, David. And they do appear, the IDF, to be avoiding any kind of export terminals or oil infrastructure.
Yeah, listen, we'll see what President Trump decides in terms of, again, the understanding I have, and I think is widely understood, is if in fact you were to truly eliminate their ability to enrich uranium, you'd have to do it in the one area which is, that they have it buried in a mountain.
Fordo.
Therefore, you'd have to have bunker busting munitions or these massive ordnance bombs that were developed in the early aughts, in part to blow off mountaintops in Afghanistan and things of that nature. But
although the IAEA,
they'd have to be dropped by a B-52. And they don't have, so it would be us that would have to do it.
But the IAEA, Atomic Energy Administration, is on the tape this morning saying that the attacks did have a, quote, direct impact on underground enrichment in Natanz. We've got some Israeli military officials on the tape this morning saying the Iranian leadership's, quote, on the run. They struck dozens of nuclear and ballistic targets overnight. At least 10 Iranian scientists who they say were essential to
they
enrichment
had
been
potentially
killed?
set it back, but I guess the question that the president will have to be entertaining here is,
do they want to eliminate
is one of eliminating their ability to continue to enrich at that one place. Natanz, and they may have even been able to cut off the power in a way to have the centrifuges go out of control there, but there's still potentially other areas where, well, Fordo's where they are enriching uranium.
Buried, but Israel has indicated that they're not done. That this is going to go on for a while, and this is a multi-part sort of
they've
offensive.
Absolutely done that. Meanwhile, Carl, I don't know, our market, which is, the futures of which are looking down maybe as much, if not more, as a result of no trade deals coming out of the G7, the president leaving early, unclear exactly whether it's reacting to the continued heightened tensions and heightened hostilities between Iran and Israel, or in fact, you got the signing of the UK deal, but that's all you got. You did have talks with Canada, but nonetheless, nothing concrete that has come out of it that we're aware of.
Right. Did we get text on UK? I haven't seen anything yet.
No, there have been reports on what's in it.
There's news of avoiding tariffs on some aerospace parts, cutting auto tariffs from 27 and change to 10 for the first 100,000 vehicles each year.
Right. That had been previously reported, but I guess that's,
They made it more official, I guess, yesterday. I mean, the big question is what's going to happen on July 9th, because that is the deadline, the 3-month deadline where countries were given breathing room to negotiate in good faith, make trade deals, or else go back up to those ridiculously high reciprocal tariff rates. Both President Trump and Secretary Bessent have indicated that they're open to delaying the deadline if the negotiations are constructive. It will be interesting to see, does that mean that we stay at 10% across the board? Are some reciprocal tariffs going to resume in July? Libby Cantrell of PIMCO, who follows the sort of political back and forth on this, says we would be surprised if we did not see at least some of the reciprocal tariffs resume in July for some of the U.S. trading partners.
Yeah, the EU being perhaps chief amongst them, where they don't seem to be making as much progress. Of course, we continue to hear about progress perhaps with India, South Korea, and Japan, amongst others. But we haven't seen anything yet.
I mean, he did meet with Ursula von der Leyen at the G7 on the sidelines yesterday. Clearly, part of the goal there is to accelerate negotiations to try to avoid a massive new round of tariffs, which he has threatened on the EU if they don't come to the table. It's hard with them, as we've noted many times, 27 nations, and the European Union in Brussels is negotiating on the behalf of all of these governments. So that one's going to be a tricky one. It's why Secretary Lutnick has told us last week, he told us that one's not going to be at the front of the line. It's going to be in the back. The question is what happens to rates, tariff rates in the meantime. The effective tariff rate is now around 14% and is likely to go higher. The markets absorbed that pretty well, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, and we'll get to retail sales in a minute and the argument about whether or not tariffs are beginning to impact some consumer behavior.
It was weak. It was a weak number on retail sales. Yeah, down 0.9% on the headline from the month before. I mean, it was 0.1% prior. Ex-autos, it was negative 0.1. Autos were a big drag, but there was weakness across the board. Even in restaurant services, which is the only services part of the retail sales, actually saw a negative number. Some of the stronger parts were bounce backs, like furniture, which had been really weak lately. But overall, a weaker read on consumer spending, which is something that I think Chair Powell does have to acknowledge. He's been saying the economy is very strong in the last few press conferences. I wonder what he'll say about it tomorrow. One good thing, though, is control group, which goes into GDP, was actually higher. Yes. Let's get more on President Trump cutting short his attendance at the G7 summit in Canada. Megan Casella is in Banff, Alberta, with the latest. And I'm curious, Megan, about the reaction to President Trump's early departure.
Sarah, it was a sudden and a surprise departure here in Alberta, where the president had been expected to spend the entire day here today. There were at least bilateral meetings scheduled with the presidents of Mexico and of Ukraine. We thought we were going to be spending today talking potentially about the possibility of Russian sanctions, the possibility of a trade deal with Mexico. All of that now scrapped, with the White House saying very late last night that the president had to get back to Washington because of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The president did, as you guys mentioned, spoke with reporters on Air Force One at about 1 a.m. Eastern time, made news on a number of fronts, but primarily on Iran. Take a listen here.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here? An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end. So something that would be permanent? Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay, too. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal.
So looking for a real end, not a ceasefire there. That's the top headline. But of course, as you guys were just discussing, the biggest question is whether and how far the U.S. might be willing to wade into this conflict to support the Israelis in these attacks. Trump did post on Truth Social after he landed about 5 a.m. Eastern time saying that Iran has not reached out for peace talks in any way. And if they want to negotiate, they know where to find him. He also told reporters he was not in the mood to negotiate. But at the same time, guys, yesterday he was continuing to say that a deal was possible and that he hoped it would happen. So it's not clear there which direction the president will go. We do expect him to be weighing all of his options today in the Situation Room. A U.S. official told NBC News overnight that the president had asked for his national security team to be ready in the Situation Room and be prepared once he landed this morning from Canada. Guys, I'll just add that in the meantime, the G7 continues here. Many other events going on. I'm surrounded by international media whose leaders, of course, are still here in Canada. So many more meetings to come. And I'll note, too, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he did stay behind. So maybe we'll see at least some trade conversations continuing. Guys?
Yeah, Megan, on that note, we were sort of speculating here in terms of the market's decline and what it may be related to Iran, Israel, or perhaps lack of progress on trade. Anything you're hearing, or, you know, if there was progress in certain areas, whether it was with Canada, obviously, where there was the meeting with Carney, what do we know at this point?
We don't know that there was much progress made at all. After the Canadian meeting, for example, we heard the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, say those were frank discussions, that they weren't always on the same page, suggesting there was still more to be discussed there on the tariff front. The president was also asked on Air Force One about the EU, for example. He said after he met, as you mentioned, with von der Leyen, the European Commission president, yesterday, he said the EU is not yet offering a fair deal. He also spoke about Japan. We don't know that he sat down one-on-one with the Japanese leader, but we know Japanese negotiators were in Washington over the weekend. The president saying overnight that Japan is very tough. So not making it seem likely that a deal is all that close there either. And then the final thing he said on Air Force One on the trade front was he sort of repeated this threat that we've heard, where he says he doesn't have to make a deal. He could simply send a letter to other countries with the tariff threat that he's going to impose, or the tariff rate that he's going to impose. So retaining all of the leverage there, all of that, putting that together, guys, not a lot of progress here on the trade front.
Yeah, as the clock ticks down to July 9th and the markets wait to see what will happen, Megan. We'll talk all morning long. Megan Casella and Banff. Still to come this morning, Amazon launching a new chip to take on NVIDIA. We'll get to news on that. AMD, of course, a big mover yesterday. Take a look at the pre-market here. Squawk on the Street continues after a short break.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC.
We actually sold the Twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man. Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
We empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between things above and things below the surface. Those who navigate risk by meeting every turn with a heightened awareness of what's possible. Constant assessment. Determine the best position. Catch the perfect wave. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax Management. Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
A lot of people in the network do stocks. I don't do stocks. I do everything else. The thing that I do best is taking complicated ideas and making them understandable to people. It's my favorite thing to do, literally. When you're younger, you have a natural ambition. What's interesting is getting older and still having ambition. My ambition is to remain at the cutting edge. I adhere to work hard, play hard. I'm a bit obsessive about guitar playing. I think if you're gonna do something, you might as well do it well.
The Rooms to Go July 4th sale is going on now, so save big on the furniture you want.
Shop incredible hot buys and get great value with living rooms on sale, bedrooms on sale, and dining rooms on sale. And it's about to get even better with 55-month interest-free financing. That's right. At Rooms To Go, you get both amazing sale prices and interest-free financing for 55 months. Don't wait. Shop the Rooms To Go July 4th sale going on now.
Let's get you home.
Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mama, take me home. Country roads.
We mentioned briefly retail sales. We're also getting industrial production and some capacity utilization numbers. For that, let's get to Rick Santelli. Morning again, Rick.
Yes, good morning. We're looking for our May read on industrial production capacity utilization. On industrial production, we're looking for a number near unchanged, but it comes in a bit of a disappointment. Down 0.2%, down 0.2, and this indeed, this would be the weakest level or equaling where we were in March. And in terms of capacity utilization, expecting a number around 77.75%, also a bit on the light side, 77.4, 77.4, and that would be the lightest going back to November of last year. So you can see the numbers are a bit of a disappointment. On the positive side, production did get an upgrade last month from unchanged to up 1/10. We see that interest rates are down on the first day of a two-day Fed meeting, and even though retail sales headline was a bit of a disappointment and sparked a bit of a drop in yields, they rebounded. Why? Because the core number that's inputted in higher up the food chain, numbers like GDP, improved and was actually on the strong side. Squawk on the Street will return after a short break.
Pedro's parents planned for adventure, but they didn't plan for him to make a new best friend. You were made to get more than you bargained for. We were made to help you save on packages. Expedia, made to travel.
So, what do you think about the Jeep Wrangler?
Very spacious, lots of open air.
What are you going to use it for?
Thwarting international terrorism, saving the world, that kind of stuff.
Sorry, we just saw Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, and we are very excited.
Test drive?
No mission is impossible with a Jeep Wrangler.
Purchase and get an average of $7,000 below MSRP on select 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee gas models in stock. Hurry, this offer will self-destruct June 30th.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Once you have kids, you want to make sure that they're taken care of. I kept putting it off, but finally I searched best online life insurance, and Ethos came up. I was able to get a rate instantly. It's a relief, to be honest.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yes.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Amazon Web Services unveiling a new chip intended to take on NVIDIA, of course, in those cloud wars. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. She's in Austin, Texas, and has more for us this morning. Christina.
David, this is where AWS's chips are born. This is Annapurna Labs. It's owned by AWS. And like you said, today they are announcing their new Graviton 4 chip will offer 600 gigabytes per second of networking bandwidth. So this is a CPU and really shows how their custom chip strategy is competing against, the big dogs like Intel and AMD. And I just want to preface where I'm at right now. This used to be super top secret. We were never allowed in here. But you can see Gustavo here is working on an actual wafer. This is where everything begins, and he's testing it to make sure, focus on the longevity of chips on this particular wafer for customers. And really how AWS is going to compete, the real battle has to do with NVIDIA and AI. And I say that because recently AWS announced that they were going to be launching hundreds of thousands of their Trainium 2 chips, which compete directly with NVIDIA, and they're deploying it to build the largest AI supercomputer for Anthropic. And you think about it, traditionally, that would be a massive order that would have went to NVIDIA. The difference, though, between AWS and NVIDIA is that AWS doesn't sell the individual parts. Customers have to use the entire system, which is why there's so many people working behind me here today. I spoke to the director of this lab, Annapurna Labs, who said that they are open to change that. Listen in.
It is possible that if there is a customer demand, that we would consider making this available, making the components available to others. But currently, we are not in a mode to be able to do this, because even for AWS customers, we're not able to supply the demand that's required.
So AWS is staying closed for now, but those words were very familiar, something we've heard from NVIDIA's CEO as well, that just supply can't keep up with demand. But the secret weapon for AWS is their price point. They reportedly sell their chips at a much lower price point compared to the likes of, let's say, NVIDIA. Guys?
Christina, while we have you, I know yesterday shares of AMD, which you also cover, were up sharply. There was this rumor that maybe they're going to get a new order from AWS for their GPU. It may simply have been follow through from their own roadmap that indicated continuing and increasing demand from the likes of OpenAI or XAI or Meta and others for their chips. Just curious as to what, if anything, you're hearing, given that was a very heady move yesterday in those shares.
Yeah, shares climbed over 8%, and that was one of the first things I asked when I got here. AWS said that they did not know of any new customer announcement or press release. None of them were aware of it. But from AMD's side, they did point to the fact that AWS is a customer, that they were at their AI event last Thursday. But more specifically, he said, and I quote, "It'll come in due time." So I tweeted it out yesterday, too. So that is almost a tease, right? A tease to perhaps what's to come and making a big announcement about AWS. And seems to be how a lot of these tech companies are doing it. Think about CoreWeave and Google. They are saying that, Google's not the next big customer, but really all of this information is leaking to the press. So perhaps that could be the situation with AMD.
Good morning, guys.
We're expecting AWS to be, the big announcement as them as the next customer, to your point. So perhaps right now it's just a rumor, but the fact that AMD told me, in due time, Christina. So I feel like that's a little bit of a tease as to what's come, David.
Yeah, as we see the shares potentially poised to open higher yet again. Thank you, Christina.
Not the only Amazon news we've gotten today. We've got some details on Prime Day this year. We'll get to that after the break. Take a look at futures here. Opening bell in a few moments. And don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
What up, Chris? Are you in there passing your evals? Yeah, it's kind of choppy now. The drop.
Stunning. Man, this is amazing. It's awesome. It's a party out here. Lit is lit. Stop the party here in Dallas. We're going to go to a golf tournament and get an amazing concert. Nowhere but Live Golf. Get your tickets to Live Golf Dallas.
Finding the things you and your family need to be well is kind of a big deal.
I would drop a little bit so I can long.
Is an extra big deal.
3 minutes looks like it's going down, but 15 minutes still looks good for the upside.
Extra Care members get
For
extra
now.
big savings on more of what matters most every 2 weeks. It doesn't get extra bigger than that. Shop tons of extra big deals at CVS today. And come back for more every 2 weeks.
Our service now connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people. Every corner? Every corner, Nick. So, Kate in HR, okay, can focus on people, not process. Patty in IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff.
Yeah, Apex already gonna pay me.
AI helps gyms solve customer problems before their problems.
553.
Together. My work here is done.
$553.
Which way back?
Yeah, it's not much, yeah, but it's a 300 account, 300K account. So once they approve that, I can try to run it up. Yeah.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own.
I could say trading and waiting for a payout, you know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be approved or denied. Yeah.
Exactly what she wants.
That's why I was so mad when I blew my trade. If I knew that's gonna be easy approval. Second time I traded if I 100 way and I blew it. Yeah, I think it was. No, Mar didn't do it. He actually made payout on Phidias. Yeah. What's up, buddy? Just chopping, waiting on open. We got 4 minutes.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
I was so close to passing Luther and I ended up negative 800 yesterday. That hurt.
Who's here at Post 9. Markets having to absorb a couple of different waves of news. There's a geopolitics and today the macro doing its best to kind of hold in this range.
My funded one, I'm barely touching because I was down a lot.
Interesting to see the action last night. The equity futures backing off when you got the news, the president was leaving the G7 and whether it meant there was something imminent in Iran. The bigger picture, I think the things to fixate on are Friday's levels, both the lows in the S&P 500, the highs in oil, basically how everything traded back in that initial reflex, and we're still just well shy of those levels. So I think that's where we are. I think the bigger question, too, is whether we were in for a little bit of chop no matter what was going on in the world, simply because of the strength of the rally. We get past 6,000 in the S&P 500. You got this odd week where we have all these expirations happening. You have a market closure on Thursday, and you have the Fed on Wednesday. So I think there's reason for the market to be apprehensive. It absolutely doesn't have a big risk.
Is that PW watching?
The question is,
yeah.
To build in that kind of risk cushion by doing some selling. Not yet.
I do wonder if the Fed sets the tone this week because they're kind of in this awkward spot where both sides of their mandate aren't really dictating what they should be doing right now.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Oh, want to use that bathroom over there? Yeah, keep the door locked so Uncle Lynn doesn't come in here. So I don't go in there. So just keep that door locked. Thanks, Jerry. Oh, the kids are up.
Which will dictate where the market prices cuts. Right now, we're less than
I won't be able to trade much. Gonna babysit later.
That could swing around and change. We'll get the dots or the forecasts for the all the cuts this year from the Fed members. Unclear whether that's really going to be a guide or how they're going to be able to tell the answer.
it's funny, you characterize it, with reason as an awkward spot, but the Fed is absolutely tomorrow going to come out and say, we believe policy is in a good place.
Of course.
That's what they say, because they're in between, and there's no emergency.
I saw that thing he posted, those PayPal email. Are those legit? Because that name looks like fake.
I think the real big question is, do they really have the luxury of waiting?
You sure? Okay, because that name is like, I don't know, those Nigerian name or like, those fake emails.
Whether they should be just looking through the cosmetic inflation threat of tariffs, whatever it might be. But they're not going to jump.
But we don't know if it's real or not. Only he knows. So.
Divergence of opinion implied in the dots that we get tomorrow.
Yeah, he got the money.
Some framing this morning about retail sales, which I guess is going to be.
Looks like it's gonna pump at open. Yeah, we missed it. Always pump at open. Bot hasn't long yet, so I'm just waiting. So let's see the next level. 22,304. If I want to short, that's a long way.
Preservation of the first-term tax cuts, creating several new breaks that were championed by President Trump on the campaign trail, namely eliminating taxes.
I think last night when it hit like 160 is when it started dropping again.
Some of the clean energy tax credits. They're looking to cut solar and wind faster than some of the other clean energy tax credits. That's why we're seeing solar stocks down in the early action here. They're also scaling back Medicaid benefits a little bit more deeply than was in the original House bill. Mike, you've also been looking at some of the.
Like 60 points run up.
Really started to underperform badly, especially relative to the investment banks.
Yeah,
so there was this big kind of capital markets animal spirits trade that went up after the election. And, I think there's a lot of sense out there that those tax provisions for non-U.S. investors that really are going to add taxation to a lot of investments in financial assets in the U.S. really would get at the source of a lot of their asset flows. I don't know that it's make or break for these companies, but if you just look at how Blackstone and KKR are traded relative to Goldman Sachs.
3 minutes looks like it's want to go up more.
Until they weren't.
If it dip a little more, I'm gonna long.
It seems as if university's going to have to get liquid in a hurry, and maybe this is just psychological overhang on the group. But for so long, you see there the divergence between again the investment banks and the private equity firms just in the last few months. Maybe it is just about, sentiment is turning negative because people thought that this is a one-way trade. Private credit, private equity, flows were going in the right direction.
Markets last year as well, the group did. But it's an interesting point in terms of capital flows, obviously, key to the business. Now, we talk about private equity is obviously not an important component, really, in some ways, of the business of Blackstone or Apollo. Carlyle it is, or KKR. I mean, many of these companies obviously have become giants, whether it's insurance as part of their business, certainly in Apollo and or private credit with real estate, so much, and real estate. So, but the idea that perhaps it would stem some of the flows is
their end investor is kind of the question, and how much exposure they have. Really, it could just be the market flinching in advance of some of these potential implications. But I do know that that was a piece of the bill that people thought might get watered down more in the Senate. Maybe it is.
But it also is the idea that rates may actually come down in some way may put pressure on the private credit business in terms of not being able to offer double-digit returns, perhaps to your investor base as well.
Yeah,
I know that's been a component of also perhaps a change in sentiment.
Right. They do well either way.
There was a take out of Goldman today about the Senate. You're talking about Section 899. Which Goldman argues on the Senate side might be a little less onerous. Starts a little
we kind of missed out, Alpha. We just gotta wait now. Those squeezes on my screen looks like it's to the upside. It's mostly bullish.
version of what's going to come out of this in the future, and then also trying to predict investor behavior based on it, and that there's not going to be a workaround. So not to make that much more of it, but I do think it's interesting because financials in general have been doing their part of the bargain in leading the market. That's one little piece of the group that hasn't been playing.
Bot doesn't look like it's gonna go long yet, so still gotta wait.
So let's see where that ends.
You know, back to solar and wind, though, I think there had been a hope and expectation given in the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which really dealt with obviously so much in terms of
limit mine some
energy
Lucid
efficiency, things of
share.
that nature. So much of the tax credits and the potential development money was going to states that are Republican-led. There'd been a hope that senators would actually come to the aid of solar and wind to a greater extent than was the case certainly in the House bill, which again, to Sarah's point, sunsets a lot of these tax credits in a fairly quick way. No change, really, for the most part, and that is why you're seeing just carnage in a lot of these names in terms of putting solar panels on your roof or in any other way helping to subsidize what were the goals of the IRA in terms of actually fighting climate change, which obviously is not a priority at all in terms of the Trump administration.
Yeah, it's the way they're finding some of the savings to pay for the tax cuts through these clean energy credits going away. I just wanted to check two stocks today, Apple and Liberty Media, because last night was the premiere of the F1 movie. This is a big project for Apple. They spent between reportedly $200 to $300 million. Brad Pitt, Hollywood. I have to say, I saw it last night. It was amazing. They had so much access. They worked with F1 and Liberty. You know, F1 had 3 executive producers. Lewis Hamilton was also a big part. He's one of the drivers of the production there with the two stars, including Brad Pitt. And it took you inside F1. My biggest question is, will it appeal to people not like me, who are not inside the world of F1? Because it is a lot of racing. It's a lot of tire strategy. It's a lot of technical. I mean, it's very cool, and it was done with IMAX, and so that makes the experience even more exciting. But I mean, I think it's going to be a big hit. It's got a lot of ingredients.
Yeah, Pitt said he's always wanted to do a racing movie, so like literally for years. And finally, this is the one that came along. It's going to set up the summer season nicely. Of course, we're already underway. Superman David is going to get some chatter, along with David Zaslav's comp. Yesterday
always gets a lot of chatter, of course, just as love comp as we continue to take a look at some of the
You guys taking a play yet?
It's just really fun.
Glad you had fun.
Because my original criticism was Brad Pitt is too old to be an F1 driver. They don't know what they're doing. All these F1 drivers are in their 20s, but that was the whole plot line. Is that
Get to 40 or 45. I might try to long.
Top Gun Maverick, only a 60-year-old pilot can do this mission. I mean, we've been here. It's true, right?
Jacob was there. He
endorse those roles.
I might just size down a little bit and just go long, but only 2.
Order
fill.
I'll average down later. Yeah, I'm along at 70 now.
Monthly review. Streaming has the majority or the most of any one area.
I'm gonna do 1 and 1 runner, just like you.
They no longer equal or exceed streaming viewing, and that's first. And obviously, as you might expect, it's led by YouTube. And I'm talking main YouTube, not YouTube TV, the MVPD, but YouTube itself. We've talked a lot about this. 12.5% of all viewing goes to that platform. Netflix,
I used to
is number 1. They have it at 7.5% as well. But notable that for the first time, streaming's market share exceeds that of cable and broadcast combined. And of course, back to Zaslav and our company as well. You do have the cleavage of streaming and studio at Warner Brothers Discovery from their network assets, and as well here at NBC Universal. Our company, Versant, will be hitting the public markets later this year as well. And then we know it's coming down. And by the way, sometimes it's easy. It's like one thing's going up, buy Netflix. And you could just take a look at what that stock has done like over the last 5 years.
That long
It
was
has
good.
been an extraordinary performer, up some 173%.
It is, and I mean, I just keep repeating myself on this, but it's fascinating how investors don't seem very interested in giving Alphabet credit for having YouTube inside of it. It's comparable revenue to Netflix. Now, the profit split is funny. Maybe it's not quite as high margin and all the rest of it. But just in terms of eyeball hours, it's there. Maybe within the $2.1 trillion Alphabet market cap, it is accounted for somewhere, but the valuation doesn't seem to happen.
Maybe, but I mean, I'm off at Nathanson report from a number of months ago. I believe had it at as much as $500 billion, perhaps.
Yeah, there's no way.
Imagine a market value that would be equal to Netflix.
Yeah,
That's long.
What, almost a quarter of the value.
If you still have it, it's a bit long.
Conceivably, if it were to be on its own.
It's also telling that Netflix is now sourcing new shows from creators who got their start on YouTube. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
no, for sure. I mean, it's kind of remarkable. And what's interesting too, though, is there's always been, because of linear, there's the concentration of attention, so you can sell ads against it more easily. We had that story yesterday about Roku teaming up with Amazon, to try and get at this sort of amorphous, time-shifted thing. It's just not as efficient to sell ads. But of course, the opportunity's going to be there for a long time.
You need to get that top one payout, buddy.
Yeah, so T-Mobile down 4.3%.
You took profit at least a little bit.
Maybe a quarter of its holdings.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're down sharply from where they were.
Yeah, they were at 7.5%. I believe they owned. Maybe they sold 2,
and they, to go back, obviously, when they did the Sprint deal, which is many years ago, obviously they sold Sprint to T-Mobile. They received T-Mobile shares, and they have been selling them significantly over time. But this latest sale is about 1.9% of T-Mobile, and it does, to your point, Mike, take their ownership stake down from where they had been fairly substantially, but they still got more behind it. And not a surprise, they're going to use, and again, this is Bloomberg reporting that I'm relying on here. I haven't seen any release or anything from the company that they're going to use it to help fund their continued funding needs, enormous needs in terms of AI, specifically the Stargate project and OpenAI, where SoftBank has replaced Microsoft as the largest single investor in terms of at least dollar-wise with that $30 billion commitment. You'd imagine they do need, and we've asked the question actually in the past as well of Renee Haas of ARM, for example, where SoftBank owns almost 90%. Will they have to sell some ARM? They haven't done that.
Sure.
They haven't done that as yet. And of course, that's also AI.
Let's have my long hit. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
What the fuck? My dad has messed up. Wow. Trader rate just went down on me. It's back up now.
The idea that there is more potentially behind it.
Yeah.
Was there news?
When you mopped up, you absorbed the supply.
People forget that George Tell
That was awful. I'm gonna average down that. Yeah.
Order submitted.
Just when I got in.
We can tend to forget. But
I'll come back up.
OpenAI, Microsoft, hostility, I guess, right? According to the Wall Street Journal, their tensions are rising even more, of course, in terms of as they continue to compete in a lot of areas. Microsoft.
Yeah, that was awful. I'm stuck in the long. It's only 2, so I'm not gonna blow it yet.
Exclusive access to a lot of its technology, but they're also competing with it any number of ways in the enterprise and on new products and things of that nature. As OpenAI tries to move to completely change its capital structure and move to a public benefit ownership.
Now the screen just has warnings now instead of doors. That's weird.
They're going to get, not to mention a lot of
It's coming back
investors who
up.
put money into OpenAI previously.
Well, the sort of wow in that article that the Wall Street Journal put out was that
I don't know. We have that financial juice news. Let's see what they have. Nothing. Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, it's real time. It's real time. It was free, so I didn't pay anything on it.
It would. It would certainly show that things have deteriorated significantly between the two. No doubt, if they went that road. I agree. That
was
is
surprising.
Yes.
And the other stock I wanted to check was Kraft Heinz, because all the moms groups that I'm in are blowing up this morning because Kraft Heinz said that it will not launch any new products.
It's about accounts going along at Low day.
color additive
Order submitted.
effective immediately, and that they're going to take all the dyes out by 2027.
Order submitted.
Surprisingly,
Yeah,
they
I'm
said
putting
that
them on
90%
the
of its
8 just in
products
case we
are
don't hit
already
lower
free of
day.
these FD&C colors, but I think it's clearly showing that RFK Jr. The health secretary is having an impact here in terms of raising concern about what our kids are eating in foods because they
Man, I don't know why I'm long and the bot's short. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, the bot's been short. Bot's short last night though, like late last night at 22.057, so that's a long time. So you don't want to follow the bot yet.
Cheese got the artificial coloring removed several years ago.
Amazing thing at Sexual too.
Yeah, but I think some of the other snack
You
foods
said they're not going to launch new products with dyes
effective immediately, but then they're going to phase out of the 10% that they already have by
by the
27.
end of 27.
What's a Dorito look like when it doesn't?
Probably dull,
Dull.
but it should taste the same.
Tastes the same.
You would think. But you know, that has been a problem in the past. Like America, they've tried to take the color dyes out of food, and Americans didn't want that.
Makers tried it and then reversed. Actually, there's quite a bit of corporate or consumer news. Yum, new CEO. The CFO is going to take that job effective October 1. Amazon moving Prime Day to 4 days. As the CNBC report argues, it was 1. Then it moved to 2. Yeah. Now we're going to 4. Eventually, we're just going to want the Prime Week. I guess so. Or it's like, it's really kind of following along the old joke of Christmas in July, which is, the holiday sales start before, Thanksgiving. So it does seem as if, I wonder what the blurring is, but they clearly feel like they get a payoff from it because, they still get the traffic. They're able to report the bump. And in fact, it gets into the official government data. Right, you have to adjust for it in that quarter because you do get that bump in prime sales.
Just wanted to add Nike as well. The company doesn't report earnings till next week, but the market is already chattering and lowering the expectations into the print. This from Morgan Stanley, it downgraded the stock actually of Nike, lowered the price target to 61 from 70, keeps an equal rating on the share. So price target to around, it's a catch-up trade, but they see some upside in the fourth quarter, but also believes that earnings expectations for 26 are too high, and there's just not a lot of positive demand innovation.
More warnings coming up.
Almost a year into the job.
The squeeze is changing now. You see, it's all warnings now instead of the upside.
Today, obviously, we mentioned the Fed meeting begins. We'll get that decision at presser tomorrow. But retail sales did come in weak.
That's actually a good long 47.
March of 23. Restaurants
Come on up. Let's go, baby.
Since February 2023, as we continue to try to monitor signs of health among the consumer. Dow's down 100. Be right back.
There you go.
Is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Yeah. Can't do it. No. Yeah. It's just so big. Bring on the double. After my hospital stay, Aflac helped close the gap by paying me cash for expenses, health insurance,
There you go, lock. There you go, I'm green. Come on. Keep going, baby.
Grind catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. It helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Okay, here is your paperwork if you want to review it.
Looks like
Make
it.
sure everything's in order. These factory formats. Really as good as WeatherTech.
Damn, Lucian's running now.
Nothing comes even close to laser-measured WeatherTech.
Connection lost.
They offer the ultimate protection front, back, and even up the sides. For a full line of premium American-made products, order at WT.com. Nothing protects like WeatherTech.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options, now advancing phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
At OptiTrust, we're more than just a transfer agent. We're on a mission to deliver peace of mind by making things simple, fast, and easy. We're proud to be the trusted partner of over 1,000 clients in Canada and the United States.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes.
Yeah. Franklin Templeton ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market, helping advisors build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, the trusted partner for what's ahead.
With a strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts, the president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, tomorrow 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
We've been talking a lot about Tesla fundamentals lately. Stocks down 2% today as Wells Fargo says fundamentals are coming in worse than the firm expected. They see Q2 deliveries flat, full-year deliveries down 21% year-on-year.
Yeah, it's very slow today. Just chopping all day.
Reuters today says that Ferrari delaying their second EV model to at least 2028 on signs of weak demand in the Americas as we continue to watch the EV market overall. Bit of a soft open, but we're holding S&P 6K. Don't go anywhere.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Are you investing in municipal bonds that will fund roads and bridges? Think of Assured Guarantee's bond insurance as your guardrail. Assured Guarantee, the stronger bond.
Check it out, my long. I'm
Cancer
even.
research funding, my child would not have a father.
There you
I
go.
would have failed.
I got out.
I want to be here.
Let me increase the size. Because I'm long at 51 next time.
Funder of cancer research outside the federal government. And we need your help now more than ever. For just $25 a month, you can be the reason someone survives.
Whatever you're able to donate, the impact will be everlasting.
Become a monthly donor today.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective.
Are you long? That's a nice long. You're still holding. Wow, dang. Get out too early.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC. During the Rooms to Go July 4th mattress sale, double up on comfort with this special bonus buck. Get this therapeutic mattress any size and get another same size or smaller free. Buy a king, get another king free. Buy a queen, get another queen free. Fuller twin, and the second one's free. So if you need a queen mattress, buy one just $8.95 and get a second queen free. Plus find other great mattress buys store-wide. Now at Rooms to Go.
It's hard to argue with someone who doesn't think Diet Coke from McDonald's is a breakfast treat. Their power is sleep. Set your alarm.
Let's give you more on the solar stocks. Of course, we discussed the fact that they are down sharply this morning. That in reaction to the Senate version of President Trump's big, beautiful bill and the spending cuts that go along with it. Let's get over to Pippa Stevens, who has more for us. Pippa.
Hey, David. Well, clean energy stocks are getting crushed as the Senate's version of the tax bill would also eliminate or scale back many of the key credits that have been instrumental for the renewable energy industry. And residential solar is the hardest hit, with a lucrative 30% tax credit expiring 180 days after the bill's enactment under the Senate's version, which is sending Sunrun cratering some 35%. Guggenheim calling the move disastrous for the industry. Now, Enphase and SolarEdge, which make hardware for Resi systems, are also dropping here. The 45X manufacturing credit that benefits First Solar was left largely unchanged, but those shares are also under pressure on expectations that the industry as a whole will slow. Now, there are a few positives. The Senate's bill has a slightly longer lead time for projects to begin construction and still be eligible for the credits. And there's also a slower step down, with projects breaking ground in 2027 still receiving a 20% credit. But the credit would expire in 2028, which is 4 years earlier than what's in the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, ahead of the Senate Finance Committee proposal, investor expectations had been rising that the Senate's version would be more favorable than the House's. So clearly a lot of disappointment here today among investors. Guys?
So, Pippa, what does the industry do? I mean, do they lobby?
Well, for right now, it's wait and see. And I think that's really the issue, is the uncertainty. So you can't really start building your project if you don't know what your finances look like. However, I have heard from some people that the industry should be able to stand on its own 2 feet, and that it can. And actually eliminating these incentives and the uncertainty they bring would show that the LCOE is actually competitive for solar. And then finally, when you look at the growing energy demands across the U.S., nuclear is not until a 2030 and later story. You can't get a gas turbine until 2030. You really can't build new coal. And so the only option here really is solar and storage. And so even though the credit expirations are not favorable, this is the best bet when you look at trying to build new energy infrastructure. So I think there is some sense that once we are behind this and once there is clarity, then the industry can get back to building.
Yeah, I'm green. I'm flat right now.
The solar ETF going back to last fall. Thank you very much, Pippa. We talked to Lazard yesterday.
Yeah, it's just
how
weird.
Given all the challenges Pippa just laid out, kind of have a good cost competition argument to make.
Yeah, he said they're not going away anytime soon, and thought actually that the demand is being
Wait,
underestimated.
what firm?
Overall, guys, besides the weakness in solar stocks,
Yeah, they're not going to do anything.
results actually that were a little bit weaker, but I guess a lot of it was priced in. That they did talk about affordability challenges and housing. They maintain margins, so that was considered a good thing as well. Stocks up more than 4% right now. But,
Just take one small, use gold and just hold on to for a while, and it'll average your thing down.
At least on deliveries to $389,000.
But they're not picky about it, so don't worry. Yeah.
An important day is coming for every American and it'll be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets.
Yeah, I did that to me during the missile news, but they let it slide.
50 years on Wall Street, where I helped create an entire stock rating system.
Yeah.
I've met everyone from George Soros to Warren Buffett. I got my broker's license in 1966 and have invested through 9 recessions plus countless panics and bull markets. And I found there's one incredible indicator to help identify big market turns. I used this indicator in 2018 when I told Jim Cramer stocks would fall. I used it in 2020 to help folks get back into stocks. I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking. And again in March of 2022 to predict a crash. I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023, and again in 2024 when I told Business Insider the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025, backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look,
Oh, yeah,
if you
yeah.
have money in the markets,
Got data in a few minutes. I don't think it's big. I can't tell. That don't look like red to me. It looks green. I don't know.
put together a free presentation that explains everything, including the exact month stocks are most likely to crash next year. You can watch my new presentation free of charge. To learn more, visit the website below.
Life is always changing, and their Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
Silver is at a 10-year high. Cooley Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company with the new high-grade discovery in Mexico. The potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Cooley Silver.
Experience the power of CNBC Pro. Track your portfolio from every angle on one optimized platform. Never miss a moment with exclusive
Oh dang, that top a little bit. Yeah.
picks. All new investing tools securely linked to your brokerage accounts.
I knew it's gonna go up.
Market news and analysis tailored to your holdings. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Nice, that's long.
Tuesday morning, welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber live from Houston, the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are getting some back today. S&P is down 0.25%, not as much as we gained yesterday. Energy is the only sector positive right now. It's popping 1.5% as oil rises. Healthcare under the most pressure, communication services and consumer staples bringing up the rear. But you do have some winners out there. Jabil on earnings, Lennar on earnings. Some of the chip names are also
Nice.
higher.
You don't copy trade, right?
Take a look at treasuries. Got retail
Oh,
sales,
good.
which we'll talk
Yeah.
about. Got import prices, industrial production. There's a bit today with yields a little bit lower. The 10-year 4.43%. This is ahead of the Federal Reserve big meeting out tomorrow. Coming up this hour, we're going to talk to the CEO of nuclear technology company Oklo, whose shares are jumping again today. They climbed more than 75% just in the past month, after a deal with the Air Force and a $400 million capital raise. Plus, an AI feud spills out into the open as Microsoft and OpenAI reportedly spar over the future of their game-changing partnership. New details ahead.
First, though, let's get some breaking economic data just cross through the tape and get to Rick Santelli. Morning, Rick.
Looks like it's gonna go up more, so when we dip, I'm gonna long again.
Inventories expected to be unchanged.
Oh, yeah, the data. Yeah. I have a long at 50, so.
You look at February up 2 cents. You look at last month up 1 cent. Now unchanged. And this is the first month of the second quarter, and we see that the inventory build is coming the other way because of pulling forward. So it does make sense. And of course, this number at 0 isn't going to really contribute much to GDP, although we have seen some other inventory numbers that might. And in addition to this inventory number, we also have National Association of Home Builders Housing Market Index for June. And for that, we head east to Diana Owen. Diana?
Well, Rick, home builder sentiment in June dropped 2 points from May to 32 on the NAHB index. The street was actually looking for a slight improvement. This index has only seen a lower reading twice since the Great Recession back in 2012, and that was in December of 2022 when mortgage rates first shot up from those pandemic record lows, and in April 2020 at the very start of the pandemic. Now, the builders cite high mortgage rates, tariffs, and overall economic uncertainty. Of the index's 3 components, current sales conditions fell 2 points to 35. Sales expectations in the next 6 months dropped 2 points to 40. And buyer traffic fell 2 points to 21. That's
So
the lowest reading
Thursday's a short
since the end
day.
of 2023. As a result, builders are cutting prices. 37% in the June survey said they did. That's the highest share since NAHB started tracking this 3 years ago. It's up from 34% in May and 29% in April. The average price reduction, 5%. NAHB's chief economist Rob Dietz said, given current market conditions, NAHB is forecasting a decline in single-family starts for 2025. Regionally, on a 3-month moving average, the South and West were the weakest. And of course, that is, Sarah, where we build the most homes, usually.
I wonder how you put that up against what we got from Lennar today, the home builder, which, as I mentioned, has actually been a winner, even though some of it was soft and they talked about the challenges in the market, like affordability.
Yeah, exactly. But they also lowered prices. You saw the average home price on closings down nearly 9% for Lennar, and that's what we're seeing from the builders as well. It's cutting prices and begs the questions, are they even able to buy down those mortgage rates? Ivy Zellman said last Friday on our air that even when you buy down those rates, a lot of consumers still can't even qualify at the lower rates. So Lennar is seeing that weakness in demand because of affordability. Okay, thank you, Diana. Diana Oleg. Speaking of overall demand, wanted to dive into retail sales a little bit. This is the month for May, and it paints a picture of a softening consumer. The overall headline number slipped 0.9%.
Marketing ain't going anywhere.
Versus 0.1% the month before. If you look and break it down, you can see it was pretty much lower across the board. Here is what the May number looks like relative to the April number. So total retail sales were lower. If you take out autos, it was also lower, but autos you can see was a big drag. We did see a big dip in the month of May for auto sales. And then general merchandise, they're, slightly higher to unchanged. If you break it down a little bit further to see what the biggest losers were on the month in terms of declines of retail sales, gas stations, autos, food services, and drinking places. I highlight
just want to
this one
flush
because it's
chucking
the only
along.
services part of the overall retail sales number, and it saw a decline. And that's important because it speaks to the softening momentum in the U.S. consumer. Services had been a really strong part
I just went
of
for
the
the drop.
economy, and so has restaurant services. So that would decline. Grocery stores were also down. There were some offsets. Miscellaneous store retailers, that could be anything from pet stores to used merchandise. That was strong. Sporting goods, hobby stores, furniture had a little bit of a comeback. Online, still positive, and surprisingly, clothing positive, but not enough to offset the overall number, which was down. The only silver lining here, guys, is that the control group, which actually feeds into our overall GDP, was quite strong, and that's going to make GDP second quarter look a little bit better thanks to the rise in furniture and sporting goods and that sort of thing. So kind of a mixed picture there, but David, as I mentioned earlier, the Fed tomorrow has a tricky job when it comes to characterizing what it's going to do next and what they think about the economy, because you cannot deny there are signs of softness from retail sales to the Fed beige book to some of the employment numbers.
Any new words we think that Chair Powell will use once taking over under on what that might be, and therefore how often they'll be
uncertainty.
We're going to hear that one, right?
Uncertain is going to be a big one, whether it relates to business, consumer uncertainty, but also the Fed uncertainty. Because here's the thing, that their dual mandate is pointing them in different directions, and they need to decide.
See, I tell you, Brian stops false alarm.
Or higher inflation. And if they are truly data dependent, right now it is weakening economy, winning out over inflation. So if they're going to say they're worried about inflation, they have to make the case of why they think the tariffs are going to cause inflation, because we just don't see that yet.
Well, do you imagine the Q2 GDP will be a reversal of Q1?
For sure.
So why wouldn't the Fed say the same thing about the inflation data we're getting right now?
It's what the same thing that they said about Q1, which is it's totally distorted by imports and exports, and there's a lot of a give back.
Well, that's the problem with being data dependent. Is that there's huge distortions.
It's a problem with GDP dependent, but I think if you look at some. Look, they can easily make the case that the economy is doing fine. The unemployment rate is 4.2%, barely budged. But they could also make the case that the economy is showing some signs of softness.
See how
I
it's
think that's what the
doing.
market is telling you when it says that we still could see almost 2 rate cuts.
They've cut 100 basis points. We're still waiting for all that to filter in.
Gold's choppy too.
I spoke recently to Governor Kugler. She gets very hawkish, and she's very worried about inflation, even though we just haven't seen signs. She's looking at some of the surveys.
Tesla calls? No, let me see.
Raise prices, or consumers expecting higher prices, and that's going to be the big debate. How much do you read into that kind of stuff? Because long-term inflation expectations, 5-year, 10-year, they're not showing any big concern there.
Oh, dang, he's all in. I don't know.
That's survey stuff. Yeah, sure. But that's also very partisan.
Yes.
And look at the breakdown of Democrats and
Too
Republicans.
risky
They
for me.
cannot make their
I don't wait
policy
for that.
for Democrats that are expecting a big inflationary wave as a result of tariffs.
Means that stocks are under some pressure today, and this morning as investors watch developments out of Israel and Iran, and of course that week retail sales number. Joining us this morning, Fidelity Investments Director of Global Macro, Urian Timmers, with us, who I'm sure has been listening in. Urian, it's good to see you. Of the dual threats that we were just discussing, do you think that one is more pronounced than the other?
Yeah, it's
I think
going.
they're fairly imbalanced right now, and again, this is really the first time in decades that the Fed has had to really think about both mandates. rates, right? And for the last 15 years or so, whenever there was a shock to growth, inflation was below the Fed's target, and it could just really go.
Let me see if the bot's gonna go long or not. Yeah, bot might go long soon. I don't know if it's smart or not. Next candle, the bot might go long. Might have to join in.
You got 3.5 to 4.
Small sizing though.
So it could cut twice and be right at neutral, and I don't really think there's a need for it to be below neutral. But I think the bigger story.
Yeah, 15 minutes looks like more upside. So when it goes long, I might go in.
It has room to cut a couple of times, but I think the bigger story is that what the Fed does is less important than it used to be, right? What happens at the long end of the curve, which the Fed doesn't directly control, is far more important. So if the bond market concluded the Fed's cut, if that's what it does, is premature or ill-founded,
just give me a drop so I can go long.
And that would be an even bigger problem. And so not many institutions or people borrow at the short rate. I mean, banks fund themselves at 0.5% on their deposit rate, so they have a very steep yield curve already. So I don't think it really matters what happens to the long end at 444 is much more important because nothing good happens above 4.5%.
Right.
But
so.
do you think vigilantes would revolt on a single cut tomorrow?
I don't think they would, but if the Fed, the Fed learned from the late 60s not to dial back the clock that long. It pivoted in response to a slowdown, and it took its eye off the ball, and the fiscal impulse was going very strong.
That's a lot of points, right?
60s guns and butter. And it had to take those cuts back and then tighten because the inflation genie was getting out of the bottle. And so I think the Fed has an eye on the fiscal side of the house. My guess is that it underestimated that in 2021, which is why they overstayed their welcome and didn't take that punch bowl away as the party got started. They
might be right,
was passed out. My guess is that is also a factor here, that they want to lean into that a little bit more so that inflation genie doesn't come out of the bottle.
2 more minutes, the bot might go long.
WTI at 72, Brent's at 75. So we're looking at elevated prices from where they were, but I guess relative to history, maybe not so much given what's happening geopolitically. When does it become a story that matters for the economic outlook, the inflation outlook, and changes the narrative?
Well, the Fed generally looks at core inflation, right? I mean, you take out the things that we actually spend money on, and inflation is running at 2.5, 2.6 on the core PCE. So if there was a perceived to be temporary spike in oil prices because of geopolitics,
there you go. Bot went long.
Would look through that. Although
114. Nice.
Affect the tips market, so it could actually affect the intermediate side of the.
So you made $100 or 100 points?
But my sense the Fed looks beyond that. For me, the bigger
long way to go.
is that pre-COVID inflation was at 2.
Yeah.
COVID it went, or after COVID it went to 9. Now it's at 2.5.
Yeah, I'm not longing yet. I'm gonna wait for a little pullback. Hope it doesn't take off without me.
In order for the average, the 5-year average, to be back at 2, and the 5-year average is at 4 and rising. And so, just because inflation's down to 2.5 doesn't mean that the battle has been won. And I think the Fed acknowledges that, and certainly rising oil prices wouldn't help. But I do think that unless it's a
that brings you down a lot when it hits DLL.
Our friend David Rosenberg this morning writes some advice for the Fed. Ditch the dots, essentially arguing that's what a lot of corporates did when it came to corporate guidance. Do you think they mean anything tomorrow?
They mean less than they used to. The Fed is data dependent. I mean, it always is, of course. But in a data dependent mode, the dots really.
You been trading Gambit?
Change just like the forward curve is, and the forward curve is always changing. The dots, remember, the dots were created after the financial crisis, and it was really a tool.
Okay, you're done, right? With your TPT, you're just waiting to flip.
You tell everyone we're not going to raise rates for a long time. At 4 3/8%.
Yeah, but
dots kind of have lost their purpose in some ways. So I don't think they really matter a lot, and a real-time version of the dots is the forward
If,
curve, the
if you
slope
pass though.
as we call it. But
Yeah.
looking at where the dots are relative to where the forward curve are does tell us whether
I'm waiting to get it after FMOC, and I want to get tempted to trade.
more or less in agreement right now, and they have been for the last year or so.
That's a good curtain raiser as we await tomorrow's decision and remarks. Yuri, and talk again soon. Thanks. Yuri and Timber.
I've been bashing the dots for a while. Yep. They're hard. They're tricky. Here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour.
Me, no. I haven't bought any TPT in a while. I still have that 3 funded one for like 40 days. Once I'm done, 25K, 25K, and 50K. I had 2 and 2 each if I blew to 50K. But if those are gone, I'm gonna try to 150 because 150 seems a lot better.
As the Senate looks to cut some incentives on clean energy from that bill.
I would just do 2. You see what's his name did on the P&L channel? He made 9,000 on it today. Cartus? Yeah. You see it? Yeah, you see all his sizing is always like the big size, the 150 to 300. Yeah, that's day 1. He's milking it. So what, that's 4,000 he can cash out each, right? Yeah.
The beginning of our story.
Yeah, last night was good movement.
At Corrigan, it begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own.
He probably like play 4 and Q or 5 and Q and just max up.
Advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there.
Big trades like that, they either go big or go home, blow it or just run it up.
It's time for Corrigan.
Yeah. Dang, it's too late to long and Q. Now it's waiting for the pullback and pick off.
Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus. So many in this business try to scare you. We try to give you the confidence to do it yourself. They gave me more confidence in my investing decisions. You couldn't ask for more support. Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join.
It's only 11 points away. I do want to get puts again later. Don't you hate that? Oh man. Yeah, the commissions. That's happened to my videos too. I was like, dang.
The chef, the referee, the storyteller, and as you begin to plan your kids' education, the decision maker. Fortunately, that decision is easy with Abeka, because our curriculum is built to set your kids up for success in life, so you can sleep well tonight.
What, dude?
Which
Get
is
on
good
that.
because in the morning you'll have to wear yet another hat, the chauffeur.
That's
Learning the
MFU,
right
right?
begins with the right homeschool education. Learn more at AbekaHomeschool.com.
Why did I say 4,000? Were you negative? Why did it say 4,000 P&L? Were you? Oh. From last night?
Tensions escalate in the Middle East. Joining us now is Aaron David Miller, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace.
Oh, the DLL. Okay, gotcha.
Former Israeli negotiator, also has a book on America's elusive search for Arab-Israeli peace. It's good to have you. What do you think the U.S. does? Do you think it ultimately enters in some military form?
Look, I think the president confronts a dilemma, as do the Israelis and the Iranians. He does not want to enter this war. It's got too many uncertain consequences, but at the same time, he can't end it. And in a way, he's in a box. And I think
Let's go. Get that funded today. Get the payout. What's up, ISIS?
actions, including the 11th hour departure from
Yeah, I sometimes I end up blowing that $10 away. Blew it.
leave Tehran. He still doesn't want to go to war, so they're trying
I
to
was
come up with a
driving to the airport picking up my sister-in-law, and then I left the short end, When I check my phone, I was trying to say, what the hell? I'm down like so much. I keep adding it down, like DCA, and then it blew. It's painful. $100 away, and I could have got $1,000 payout.
The president has been very consistent on Iran. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
I forgot about it.
Is able to achieve that, I guess, is one question, without the U.S., or is it just inevitable that the U.S. enters?
It's okay. I got the Apex payout.
The last 4 presidents have also made it unmistakably clear, repeatedly clear,
It was.
consistently clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear
They
weapon.
failed.
I think I'll just long.
Order
Try to
sample.
match with the bot. And just side
Order
down.
fill.
Order filled.
109.
To withdraw
Yeah,
from
bot been
the
long
full
earlier.
highly functional agreement, which
At
restrained and
114, it caught like 20 points. Oh, there we go.
protection
Order
to
filled.
And I'm out.
the Iranians are now closer than ever. So
Order
we now
submitted.
have a crisis.
Yeah, DLL
without an
saved a
opportunity.
lot.
We could go in using the bunker busters, the GBU-57 bombs carried only by B-2 Spirit bombers. 20,000
Yeah.
pound bombs, 20 feet long. Drop 6 or 7 of those on the main enrichment facility at Fordo, and you could probably destroy it. The problem, of course, is how does that end the program? Without occupying Iran and literally forcing some sort of regime change, which would be a disaster, it seems to me, you're now faced with neither a black or white solution. So you have 3 options here. Number one, the Israelis continue to do what they're doing without destroying the
Let's go
program.
there. You got it.
Second, against all odds, you end up with some kind of diplomatic off-ramp. Or third, the administration basically succumbs to Israeli
There you go. You passed.
Israeli pressures to basically end the
Congrats.
war, and that will deal the program a considerable, perhaps even a favorable.
Wait, you shorted or you long?
But again, oil's going to go over $100 a barrel. You're going to end up with Iranian strikes against American forces and likely against Saudi infrastructure.
Oh my God.
And again, where is the end state here? That's the problem, both with Israel's policies and ours.
Meantime, the question will be how much infrastructure is vulnerable in the meantime. Journal's got a piece of
Dude, come 30 cents.
saying that 2 oil tankers collided in the Gulf of Oman, not because of any.
And it went up to 120, so you could have just added an extra point.
Transmissions are being jammed by both sides in this conflict. That's troublesome for oil.
Let's see what I'm gonna do.
At the critical point, without closing the Straits of Hormuz, which the U.S. would open at some cost, Iranians have all sorts of asymmetrical policies to pursue to create confusion. Look at the Red Sea. Look what the Houthis have done. They basically have forced international shipping.
No, I should
to
have
raise
a
its
job.
costs. And instead of going through Suez, which has cost the Egyptians hundreds of millions of dollars in total, they've got to go around the Cape of Good Hope, which adds another 3 weeks to those trips. Jacks up insurance rates and increases the cost of consumer goods. So again, Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. This is a terrible regime. It prosecutes, imprisons, tortures its citizens, but there are no good responses here. And that's the dilemma for this administration. And I worked for half a dozen Republicans and Democrats. It's been their dilemma as well.
Israel's been fairly open about what its goals are, though, which is to destroy the nuclear capability and also the missiles, which Iran is using against an Israeli population, civilian population right now. And Trump has been pretty clear about the goals as well. I think one other piece of it, David, as you talk about what Aaron, David,
It's only 9 in the morning.
where this goes,
You did all that?
Mr. Netanyahu has been calling on the Iranian people as their regime has been weakened to rise up.
It's a good point, Sarah, but again, and would I like to see the Iranian regime change? Absolutely. It's autocratic, it's
Chicago.
extractive. The Iranian public has been suffering. They want more openness, more connection to the world. But regime change in the Middle East, at least in recent years, occurs only under 1 or 2 circumstances. In the case of Egypt and Tunisia, you get hundreds of thousands, millions of people out in the streets. which forces the military into the situation whether they're going to fire on their publics, or in the case of Mubarak,
Atlanta.
they lost power. Or
ATL, I
in the
think.
recent
I don't know.
case of Syria, you have a well-organized, formerly affiliated group with Al-Qaeda, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, backed by the Turks, a coherent, cohesive group with military capability that moves on to traffic on Damascus, and within 3 weeks, the Assads are gone. I don't see either of those scenarios relevant, frankly, right now to Iran. And look, one more point on the Israelis. They have a legitimate existential problem with the Iranians. There's no question about it. But look at the last 18 months. The most
Every gaps get filled, so yes.
determined military in the world, probably, given
Order filled.
Oh look, I'm long.
has spent the last 18 months, according to the Prime Minister's calculation, trying to achieve
Of
total
course it
victory.
dumps when I'm long.
In Gaza, you have 55 hostages, half of whom are alive, half of whom are dead.
My funded.
Hamas, which has been hollowed out as a military organization,
I haven't touched
still
Apex
is the
yet.
most important, influential
I'm just on
party
eval right now. I don't want to touch those funded till I see
So
something.
I could say watching the Middle East, helping U.S. policymakers for 27 years, it's a complicated place, and it really produces Hollywood endings or either black or white solutions. And I fear on this one we're going to have to live in the gray zone for some time.
Okay, David, thank you very much. Pleasure having you on with your perspective.
When we come back this morning, we mentioned solar stocks getting hurt today as some new details emerge on the Senate's changes to that Republican bill. We'll talk about what lawmakers are proposing next. Later on, we're going to be joined by the CEO of nuclear power company Oklo as shares hover inches from some new all-time highs as we've erased some early losses here. Dow is down 40. Back in a moment.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings.
There we go.
Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing across all your benefits and savings options, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
They really know how to put 2 and 2 together. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand at GNC that stands above the rest. It's Super Beats by Human. Discover why more cardiologists recommend Super Beats for heart health support than any other beet brand at livehuman.com.
Life is always changing, and their Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
It's time to feed the dogs real food in the right amount. A healthy weight can help dogs live a longer, happier life. The
Try to long on my Apex, see if I get something.
Order filled. Order submitted.
It's an idea.
Come on, baby.
Whose time has come.
Order filled.
There we go.
At Insurify, we make it easy to cut your car insurance bill in half. Just go to Insurify.com and clear business of quotes in a few clicks. Cut out the middleman so you can cut your bill in half. Go to Insurify.com and save up to 50% on your car insurance.
Got eyelid itching, crusties, and swelling that won't go away? It could be
Blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites. We're very common and super irritating to your eyelids, but we love making ourselves comfortable here. Steve
if Demodex mites are partying it up on your eyelids, it's time to eliminate the root of the problem with Xdemvy. With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Xdemvy is the first and only FDA-approved treatment that kills the
Order
mites that
filled.
cause
Adam
blepharitis, a
along.
common eyelid disease.
Order submitted.
Avoid touching the tip of the bottle to your eye or other surfaces to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. In clinical trials, the most common side effects were stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients.
Party's over, folks.
It's not you, it's Demodex mites. Talk to your eye doctor today.
CNBC. Live viciously.
I need $20 more with my $100 on my opinion. So I'm stop trading it.
Welcome back. We're now 30 minutes into the hour. Here are three big movers we're watching. Shares of JetBlue are sinking after the company said it was looking to cut more flights and reduce costs.
Order
on softer
submitted.
than expected travel demand. Stock down 3.5%. Eli Lilly announcing plans to buy gene editing company Verve Therapeutics, paying about $1 billion up front, with another $300 million contingent on Verve achieving certain clinical milestones. And then we mentioned solar stocks. They are absolutely plummeting 20, 30, 40% after a Senate panel proposed a full phase out of solar and wind energy tax credits by 2028 as part of changes suggested to President Donald Trump's sweeping big beautiful bill. And with that, let's get to Emily Wilkins in Washington with the latest, Emily, on the Senate version of the bill, what's in it, and
Order
how folks are
submitted.
reacting.
Hey, Sarah. Well, at this point, the reaction hasn't been all positive. I mean, the Senate version of this multi-trillion tax bill, it just dropped yesterday, and it is already in trouble, with both House and Senate Republicans raising concerns about some of the provisions. Some, like Senator Josh Hawley, he's concerned with some of the cuts to Medicaid that are in the bill, specifically limiting that provider tax that states can charge healthcare providers. The Senate is much stricter than the House on that. Others are concerned about the overall cost, and that includes Senator Ron Johnson, who said this morning on CNBC that more spending cuts are going to be needed.
We talked about the only numbers that count are 218 and 51. Again, that's
Order
not
filled.
the type of goal setting we need when we're $37 trillion in debt on the road.
Order submitted.
The Senate measure makes dozens of tweaks to the House bill, and that includes
Order
making
canceled.
key tax breaks
Order
and
submitted.
permanent, including on measures like research and
Order
experiments,
canceled.
depreciation, and deducting
Order
interest.
submitted.
It also slows down the phase out of clean energy tax credits compared to what was in the House bill. So things are a little bit better for solar and wind, although not as good as it would have been before these policies were proposed. And the Senate bill also would blunt the impact of that so-called revenge tax on foreign countries and investors, giving countries more time to potentially negotiate something with the U.S. Now, the text that Senate Republicans released did not contain a final proposal for that state and local deduction cap. Senators have said, though, it will be lower than that $40,000 proposed by the House, and that has provoked a group of Republican House members from high-tax states to threaten to sink the Senate bill if it even goes $1 under that agreed-upon $40,000 cap. Congress is going to move quickly if they want to finish this by July 4th, and Sarah will be keeping a very close eye on what the next steps are going to be and how senators react when they meet today.
Emily, thank you. Emily Wilkinson, D.C. Let's get a news update now. Courtney Reagan has that for us. Courtney.
Hi, good morning, David. A Russian missile and drone attack on Ukraine killed at least 15 people overnight, according to local officials. They say more than 150 were injured in the bombardment, which heavily damaged a 9-story apartment building in Kyiv. It is the deadliest attack on the Ukrainian capital this year. Representative Bob Menendez surrendered himself today to a federal prison in Pennsylvania to serve 11 years on bribery charges. The jury found the New Jersey Democrat guilty in July of taking part in a scheme that awarded him and his wife, Nadine Menendez, hundreds of thousands of dollars in gold bars and cash in
I
exchange
don't know
for
if you like
influence.
Chick-fil-A so much.
His
I
wife was
think
convicted
it's
in
just
a separate
okay.
count and will be sentenced in September.
It's expensive, but they don't give you a lot.
From its products by the end of
Yeah.
2027. The decision comes as the FDA and Health and Human Services Chief Robert F. Kennedy pushed the food industry to drop
Location,
the
really?
dies. According to Kraft Heinz, about 10% of its products use the ingredients, including Crystal Light, Jell-O, and Kool-Aid. Sarah, I know you were talking about this earlier. What color is Kool-Aid going to be?
Yeah, or Jell-O. It's gonna be clear. I don't know. Strange. Maybe they'll use like real strawberries. Thank you, Courtney. Thanks. Courtney Reagan. The Federal Reserve meeting getting underway
I like the
today,
fries and the
there's
nuggets.
hopeful signs for the bulls in CNBC's latest Fed survey. We'll share the details after this.
Yes, it is the
Plus,
best, to be
uranium
honest.
prices spiking this week as hopes around nuclear energy and energy independence grow. We're going to talk about the stocks to watch in that space later this hour.
Oh, yeah. For me? Oh.
at University of Maryland Global Campus, every week you learn something new, and it just enhances skills that you're bringing to
I don't
the
know
table.
why
You should
I don't
never
use
want to
them
stop
or
learning. There's
like
new
them for some
things that
reason.
happen
It's
every day with
weird.
technology. You can immediately just jump right in.
But I
and
see
use those
everybody on
skills.
Twitter, all
Because
those
of my
affiliates
degree
giving
from
out $200
UMGC,
credit
I
for
feel
them.
confident. I have the background when I walk into any room, and you can go conquer anything in the world with UMGC.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times
No, it
faster
remind
than
me of
first
what is that?
Visit
Blue Sky, and I didn't like Blue
Indeed.com/hire.
Sky at all when I was trading on it.
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence. For over 15 years, we have
Oh,
operated
yeah. I remember that.
that the research said
They left and started their own.
and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more
Order filled.
Order filled.
Oh shit, that thing went long.
focus on the
Order submitted.
Did not drop when I'm long on my funding.
design custom-built strategies. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are.
Yeah.
It's time for Corient.
Peter Piper's pepper picking proved painful, so he ordered all he needed in one place.
Oh, that long's gonna hurt.
Positively prospered.
I'm long at what, 97? Shoot. There's some news. Let me see. Just some EU news. Nothing big, so I think it might go back up.
Getting underway today. Some growing optimism, perhaps, among CNBC's Fed survey participants about the outlook for markets. Steve Leisman has the details for us. Steve.
Yeah, David, a little bit brighter when it comes to the outlook for stocks with respondents to the CNBC Fed survey, lowering their recession probability and seeing more of a bounce back in the economy and stocks in 2026. Year end, we're looking at 61.33. That's just up 1.5. But things look better for 2026. 66.25 on the S&P. That's up nearly 10% from yesterday's close. Hank Smith and Hayward Trust Price Index survey. Equity markets are near all-time highs in anticipation of certainty replacing uncertainty on tariff 2017 tax cuts getting extended, deregulation, AI productivity, and Fed easing. If all this occurs, the economy should reaccelerate in the second half into 26. 10 years seen a bit higher at 443, up from the prior survey, but below the current rate, and also a little bit better, but still higher in 2026 relative to the prior survey. On the tax bill, 43% believe it will significantly increase the deficit, 39% somewhat increase, call it 82% think that this tax bill will indeed increase the deficit. And respondents, our 28 respondents are divided when it comes to the outlook for the tax bill when it comes to growth. 29% say it will. They're more optimistic on growth, 29% say less optimistic, 43% say it doesn't matter. Here's the outlook for the Fed, 100%, no change for this week, and 100% next week, not 100%, but no expectation for a rate cut next month, but 38% is the recession probability. That's down a bit. And you can see the 2 cuts built in for this year, just 1 for next year, with the funds rate remaining above the long run neutral in 2026. Bottom line, outlook is a bit brighter than it was in May, but still depressed from January. There's a growing sense the economy absorbs all these changes and finds its footing in 2026, guys.
Where are you long at, ISIS?
So, yes, if the tariff inflation can be
Yeah, it can still
through.
go up.
Sarah, I'm sorry to throw it back at you. That's really what it amounts
Oh, you got
to.
stopped
I
out.
will say, by a 4-3 margin, they do think the tariffs end up being one-time price increases.
Come on, baby. Pump it up.
40% to
Give me some more
32%
points.
think it creates a broader inflation. If the 43% are right, then the Fed can and will look through it. It ends up creating a broader inflation problem. I will say this, Sarah, 61% do say that tariff inflation is yet to come in the months ahead. They don't think that what we've seen the last month or so is indicative of what's going to happen.
Did you win that Lucid from Kellyanne?
That's literally, we'll have to wait and see. Steve, thanks. Talk soon. Steve, it's been a busy
Hey.
week. After the break,
Oh.
GoPro's power surge. That stock
Yeah,
has
take
more
it
than
slow.
tripled on the year, up triple digits this quarter, hitting some all-time
Aw,
highs
thank
last
you.
week. CEO's going to join us next with what's
Yeah, take
driving
your time. There's no rebuild, so you can take like 40 days and still pass. You know what I mean?
possible fallout later on this hour.
I have 4 Lucid eval that's on, I think, 39 days. I haven't touched it yet. Yeah, Sam. Because it was cheaper. It was a lot cheaper. And then later on, it's going to be more expensive. So I'm just loaning it up and just let it sit.
It's tomorrow. Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching. You founded your kayak company because
Those are the
you love
good
the
ones. You
ocean,
gotta
not
keep those
spreadsheets.
alive.
You need to hire. Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Nate Jones.
I should have got that one else even. This market sucks.
Outside analyst to get a second opinion. Nate likes what he sees. He places the trade.
Talk about easier investing.
Life is always changing, and their Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for
Order
entertainment
cancelled.
next, and tomorrow a
Ninja
new
Trader
game
account, the
because
tournament.
Lovesac adapts to
Order
life.
filled.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own.
Order canceled.
Thankfully, she's on
Order
Reddit. They
submitted.
update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's
3
bound to
minutes.
find exactly what she
3
wants.
minutes looks like it's gonna go down. It's trying to. Fuck.
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement
Order
goals. Have
filled.
someone
There
on
we
your
go.
side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success.
Power was like a long time for me.
Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement. 13 retirement blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a
Good luck on
fiduciary,
those.
we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable
Yeah, check
retirement.
Apex. It's
Call
still pending.
800-759-4477. Call us today.
Yep,
You
still
don't have
pending.
it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Order filled. Order submitted.
The reconciliation.
Oh, you doing shorting the whole time?
Uncertainty to the markets about the extension of the current tax regime that exists, but it also
Order
adds new
filled.
stimulus.
I would expect an
Order
inflation
submitted.
on a year-over-year
Oh, I hate
basis
that.
this year
On 30 cents?
to at least 3%. It's like
30?
the
Order filled.
price of the tariffs.
That's good though.
Order submitted.
Worse, but they haven't gotten worse.
Uranium
Order
spot
filled.
prices touching their highest levels of the year. Expectations growing now around the nuclear
Order
energy industry.
submitted.
Our Pippa Stevens joins us with a look at those moves. From solar to uranium, busy week, Pippa.
That's right, Carl. But uranium stocks
Order
are
canceled.
with the
Order
Fed
submitted.
after the Sprott Physical Uranium Trust raised $200 million in an upsized offering to buy physical uranium in the spot market. That sent spot prices to $76 per pound, a price not seen since December, according to UxC, and led to a rally in mining stocks on expectations the purchase will make market fundamentals tight. Denison, Paladin, and Boss Energy all up double digits on the week so far, with Cameco, the world's second largest producer, also higher. Now, nuclear also a surprising winner from the Senate's version of the tax bill, with the full credit given to projects that begin construction by the end of 2033 and a step down through 2035. And that, of course, follows President Trump's executive orders aimed at boosting the industry and quadrupling U.S. nuclear capacity by 2050. David?
Pippa, thank you. We're going to have a lot more on the nuclear industry after the break. We're going to be joined by the CEO of Oklo. Plus, we'll also talk a bit about some of the growing feud between Microsoft and OpenAI.
Order canceled.
On and what it could be.
Order submitted.
The future of OpenAI as well. We'll be right back.
Real-time exchange sector story is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redipin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yeah. What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful.
That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
Life is always changing, and their Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
Oh, so you corporate types are
It doesn't look like it wants to pump. I just want to get out.
Workday AI agents are making you all rock stars. Sorry, habit.
So,
All right, the kids are leaving.
any questions?
And now,
Let's go.
Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry.
Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns.
See you tomorrow.
Strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts.
Come on,
The
baby.
president
Come
wants
on,
to
come on. Get me out of
What's
here.
the Fed's next move?
I know, I'm trying to get out. There we go. Whew.
Power lunch.
I'll go back in later. Give me a better long position.
Submitted.
85.
Same day delivery and text a personal shopper for last minute additions. Just tap Target.
However you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect. Prime Day is coming July 8th through the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next.
Buckets. Would I rather buy inexpensive, annoying, tiny cartridges, or use these replacement ink bottles and save up to $1,000? Don't get cartridge. Switch to the cartridge-free Epson Ecotech. Just fill it up.
We're taking a look at, ooh, I like that. Shares of Microsoft are a bit lower. Unclear whether, in fact, that's due to this latest story in the Wall Street Journal. Sort of details, well, I guess would have to be considered increasing tension between
This year 107 ISIS.
Order
failed.
And I'm out.
Microsoft providing so much of the initial capital that allowed
Order submitted.
that allowed OpenAI to create and get ChatGPT going, but there's a lot of growing tension between the two that is detailed in the journal story. We talked a bit about it earlier, Sarah, but I've been able to do a bit of reporting since then, and apparently a number of the hot buttons, they're not necessarily about as it transitions to this public benefit corporation, what's Microsoft's ownership going to be? That's certainly not unimportant, but hot buttons are more about who gets which IP when and the exclusivity to it. That, of course, was an important part of their agreement as well. Microsoft obviously granted that exclusivity, but things about coding or products or when they reach, if they ever do, so-called AGI. What can you use and when? What does Microsoft get? What don't they? What is ChatGPT going to be able to bring to the market without having to worry about Microsoft? That certainly is something they're trying to work through right now, is my understanding. And it's not easy. not easy as you might expect.
Is there a possibility they could break up?
I haven't heard that, but it's certainly they're certainly moving further apart. And if they do succeed in this capital restructuring, that'll be another sort of move potentially apart. But the hope is they can resolve where things stand in terms of the IP and who has the exclusivity. But they are still in the midst, of course, of creating that new capital stack, so to speak, as we say, as they potentially transition to this public benefit corporation, which will have an impact on existing shareholders and on Microsoft and SoftBank as well. The money that went in there is dependent upon it to a certain extent in terms of how it's treated in the capital structure. So no shortage of complexity here.
It sounds messy.
Yeah.
Let's start speaking of AI to Oklo. It's been an AI winner, approaching record highs up around 80% in the past month. It's a nuclear company which just secured a deal to supply power to a U.S. Air Force base and raised also recently $400 million in new share offering. Oklo CEO Jacob DeWitt joins us now. It's good to have you back. Jacob, welcome.
Thanks for having me back.
I guess we should start with that deal because huge gain for your stock on the back of the Air Force. You're going to power this Air Force in Alaska. What does it look like in terms of longevity and potential for recurring revenue?
Yeah, it's one of the exciting opportunities we saw with sort of being able to partner with the government and the defense side to provide resilient, kind of durable power solutions. It's one of the things, especially as we see different defense installations and capabilities moving to needing more and more, power, as well as, by the way, heat and steam, because that's an important feature to have up in a place like Alaska to keep things working in the winter. It's a pretty neat opportunity for what nuclear can do very well. So looking at this as a multi-decade kind of time frame, stretching out 20 to 30 years, some of the details, of course, are going to be finalized as we get closer to actually building it. But yeah,
I kind of want a short.
A very important part of sort of helping serve to the national interest.
I mean, big vote of confidence in your
I
company.
think I might short on this
Are there
account.
further
Order
negotiations
canceled.
about doing this at a broader scale?
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Great question.
1010, going on 104.
A
Come on.
smaller group of folks, also in addition to what we just won with the Air Force in Addison, as part of something called the Defense Innovation Unit and their advanced nuclear program over there, which could open the door for a significant number of additional bases as well. So, when you combine those aspects,
Order
filled.
sort of what there's a policy push, right, coming from the government right now, looking at ways to use defense infrastructure, land, and perhaps power that can be generated, like by us, for example, on the bases, to also power the data center capabilities and AI capabilities on defense installations. It's a pretty exciting space to think about what the trajectory can look like going forward. Yeah, we're very excited to get that as a big win for us last week.
I mean, clearly the trajectory is exciting for investors. Question is, when will we actually start to see you be able to stand it up?
I think this is one of the things that's really exciting right now is on the backs of the executive orders a few weeks ago. Couple that with the broader macro environment here for nuclear and for energy as a whole. There's things that can actually do something that people don't talk about a lot, which is move schedules to the left, not to the right. So we're eagerly, executing against looking at different accelerated timelines and pathways. The key things are, though, sometimes people think nuclear is out in the 2030s and beyond. It doesn't have to be, and it isn't. For us, we have a site, we have fuel, we've been making steady progress for a long time. We've been at this for 12 years. So we're excited about having a good, clear trajectory of the first plant online in Idaho, late 27, early 28 as a target, with additional plants coming on after that, especially given that we're looking at regulatory accelerations as part of sort of what's happened on a bipartisan policy basis, as well as from this administration, and making fuel more available, which is one of the biggest bottlenecks we have to scale beyond sort of 1 to 3 to 5 to many. So that's now something that's being fixed through these executive orders as well to kind of bridge us into a commercial fuel supply chain. It's going to be accelerating the timelines here to be faster. Now, not all companies are going to move at those same paces, and that's what's a feature in the system right now, right? We have a lot of innovation, a lot of new approaches, and we're just excited to be kind of at the forefront we're on.
Right. So you sound pretty confident you're going to get stuff up and running, again, to use your words, by 27, 28, 29. So, because we've all been working with sort of that, 2030 or 5 to 7 year timeline for so many of these small modular reactors. That's not going to be the case here, Jake, is what I hear you saying.
Right. Not at all. Right. We have a site use permit we got back in 2019. We got fuel back in 2019. We're working on actually developing that site and getting, breaking ground, targeting at that. actually we're really working towards getting that done later this year to be able to then, have this plant being built, get the permitting in place, and then load it with fuel and start it up. We have all the right pieces to do there. It's really execution now. And obviously with the capital raise we just did last week, gives us more fuel to accelerate those things, especially on the backs of those tailwinds. And the big thing about
that show was good.
The big thing about those two is
I think we're going to drop more.
not just to go to the first plant, but to your second, and your fourth, and your fifth, so on and so forth. So
Order canceled.
we're
It's going along.
doubling down.
So 3 minutes. I'll tell you, it looks like it's going to go down a lot more. A little bit more.
Doing things there as well, I believe. Recycling. What is the, again, what is the goal there, and what are the production opportunities and timelines?
Yeah, I mean, this is the beautiful thing about nuclear, right? It's incredibly energy dense and abundant. And so the thing is, though, with current sort of approaches on fuel technology, we only use about 5 to 10% of the fuel, which means waste is like 90 to 95% unused fuel. And there's fast reactors and advanced recycling techniques that have been developed and pioneered at the national laboratories who we're partnered with. You can actually tap into the rest of that fuel and turn, what's effectively a waste or a liability into a strong asset. And along the way, you open the door to do some cool things. What nuclear waste also has is this treasure trove of radioisotopes in it that have significant applications in defense purposes and medical purposes, even actually things you can do to support semiconductor fabrication. So we're pretty excited about being able to, that's why we made the acquisition of being able to partner up with this company that has state-of-the-art radioisotope production capabilities and recovery capabilities to then bring that capacity forward into the market. The unit economics of that are very interesting and very attractive, and was a natural kind of bolt on what we're doing in the business as a whole. So we're excited about what this does in terms of opening up alternative pathways for sort of revenue generation, as well as accelerating aspects to it, because there are things you can do in that space before we'll be turning our reactors online. And so that's another part of why we, pursued the capital raise we did last week, is to accelerate into that.
Right. Best case, how much incremental revenue could you be talking on some of those other lines?
It kind of depends a little bit on when some of these things are going to come into place and what the source of some of these fees are. So how about we come back and visit you guys maybe a little bit later to have a clear answer on that.
We're gonna make sure of that. As for you talk about moving schedules to the left, what are the natural tensions that
Bought you some, I didn't see you last time. Bought you some Canadian money and some Korean won.
Thanks,
You
man.
still collect money, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I remember to put them in my backpack. I was like, I leave it in here so the next time I see him, I give it to him.
All right, thanks, man.
Really, at the end of the day, it's about a month lead, kind of as the longest pole in the tent. Then there's fuel. We have fuel, but we have to fabricate it. So that's why we've been making progress to build fuel fabrication capabilities at Idaho National Laboratory at a pilot scale. That's going to be operational here, producing fuel next year for us. And then it's the permitting side. And with the recent executive orders driving towards an 18-month timeline, which is better than, before those, we were looking at a 24, 25-month timeline. Hey, we're in a great spot now to see significant acceleration, lining up on kind of these 18-month cadences. So the moment is ours. I mean, it's really not possible to do much before, in terms of meaningful power, until before 2027, and that's even aggressive. But hey, all the things are in place for us to go do that, and we have the right sort of structured framework and the right time under our belt. We've been at this for a long time. We have those things in place in Idaho since 2019, so it's great that it's all coming together. Order filled at the right time.
Well, thank you for joining us to keep us posted on the progress. Jake, it's good to see you.
Thanks for having me. Yes.
Jake Witt, the CEO of Oklo. And by the way, in that Senate rewrite of the bill, we talked a lot about solar credits going away, but actually nuclear, geothermal, and hydropower got an extension of the credits, so they were spared.
Order filled. Order submitted.
CEO of Kava's with us, Brett Schulman. We'll talk about his read on the strength of the consumer after today's
Order
filled. Meantime, it remains an inside day on the S&P, down about 20. Stay with us.
AI Spotlight is sponsored by ServiceNow, putting AI
In Arlington?
for people.
Hey, everybody.
The ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous meetings that you control.
In what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively.
Yep.
Loving my agents. Wait, you all have agents?
Oh yeah, and on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
Can I have agents?
Maybe.
In the age of AI,
Smarter threats needed smarter protection.
Order filled.
CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity and what's now.
I'm up 4,000 on that Ninja Trader tournament.
Every breach we stop and refined by human expertise. Charlotte AI gets smarter. Your business.
I think someone got 100,000 yesterday.
Confidence in the efficiency.
I don't know how. You can only do max 5 NQ at a time, so. Oh, it just started Sunday night, I think. I don't know.
Options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you how.
You got the book and read it a weekend. It's just like, wow, on measurable and being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
Order
I
filled.
would recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because the market levels out there. Like,
Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
Hi, I'm Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a
Order
statin to reduce
canceled.
cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels.
Order
That's why my doctor
submitted.
recommended Qunol CoQ10. Qunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Qunol, the brand I trust.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Every week you learn something new and you can immediately just jump right in and use those skills. Because
Okay,
with my degree from UMGC, I feel confident. I have the background when I walk into any room.
Cool.
Nothing stands still. Not
Oh no, I was talking to somebody else.
Order submitted.
Not Franklin Templeton. We've been navigating market ups
Order
and downs
filled. Order canceled.
for years. Trusted by advisors and investors to deliver perspective and strategies for even
YOLO it. No, no, save it for tomorrow to YOLO.
with solutions to build nimble portfolios for today and beyond. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Michael Jordan's the only
Bye.
guy who can compare in terms of confidence. I mean, Steph Curry, big brand value there, the brand awareness.
Curry game.
Order filled.
I'm $2 away to hit the target. I would have got out, but I was long at 74. I'm at $98, so I need like 2 more dollars. I can scoot down to 100.
Submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Diamond set to speak this hour at a business roundtable event. We're going to get you those comments as soon as we get them.
Well, Citadel's Ken Griffin addressing the firm's new class of interns, sharing those remarks exclusively here with CNBC. We'll bring you his advice coming up.
Meanwhile, been modestly in the red since the open. Dow's down about 80, but we are holding S&P 6K by about 13 points. Brent is modestly negative. Energy is the only sector green at the moment, and the VIX, although sub 20, is not too far away. Let's start at the G7 summit in Canada. The president's early departure last night made some headlines as fighting in the Middle East intensifies. Our Megan Casella is on the ground in Banff with the latest. Morning again, Megan.
Hey, good morning again, guys. Carl, that sudden and surprise departure was by far the biggest headline coming out of this summit and the biggest moment as well. The president scrapping quite suddenly plans for his whole day today that included sit-down meetings with the presidents of Ukraine and Mexico, as well as some other closed-door private sessions as well. The White House, of course, saying he had to get back to Washington to focus on the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And we do expect that President Trump will be spending much of the day today in the Situation Room with his national security team. A U.S. official confirming overnight that he had asked that security team to be ready and prepared in the Situation Room as soon as he landed this morning, which happened at about 5 a.m. Eastern. The question now, of course, is on whether the U.S. is willing to help Israel in these attacks or whether they're continuing to push for a diplomatic solution. And to that end, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz just spoke here at the G7, and according to a German broadcaster, he said if Iran does not back down, complete destruction of Iranian nuclear program is on the agenda, which Israel cannot achieve alone. Of course, the U.S. has always been
It's gonna
expected
be a
to have
big
to get
move
involved
coming.
in order to get to that step of complete annihilation of the nuclear
I don't.
program.
It looks like upside. I can't really tell, but that's a lot of squeezes.
As to which way he'll go, he told reporters that he wasn't looking for a ceasefire on Air Force One, and then he said this. Take a listen. For the rest of the the G7, guys, it does continue throughout the day today. Again, I'm surrounded by international media whose world leaders are still here. The president said he accomplished what he needed to do yesterday. We can confirm he met one-on-one with nearly every G7 and EU leader. The one question mark being Italy's Meloni, that we're not sure whether they did meet privately. But despite all those meetings, not much tangible progress on the trade front.
Yeah,
One thing the White House
that's what I'm saying. That squeeze looked like it's up, and the butt's still long, so.
saying that when it came to the EU, he said we're talking, but I don't feel that we're offering a fair
Nice.
deal yet. As for
Are you
Japan,
close to
he said there's
passing
a
the other
chance
one?
of a deal, but they are tough. But guys, I will say Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent remains here. We think as the sole member of the U.S.
Nice,
delegation that's still at the G7. There could be more talks on trade today. We've asked the Treasury Department, and they haven't told us just yet, but we'll bring you more on that as we have it. Guys.
Yeah, Megan, you mentioned the German Chancellor. The other thing he told ARD
Oh, he's still holding the
broadcaster
runners.
is that
Nice.
we can expect a deal with the U.S. I assume he means the EU with the tariff dispute before the summer's over, which I thought was somewhat constructive given some of the comments about those negotiations we got from the Commerce Secretary last week.
It's an optimistic take. The president has long been hard on the EU. We've heard him repeat this again last night. He feels that the European Union was formed to be competitive and to sort of take over the United States and
3
take over them
minutes. Might drop back down before we actually run up, because 15 minutes still looks good for the upside. So a couple more dips and just gonna run it up.
Interesting though that you say Merck said by the end of the summer. We know July 9th is the deadline. That suggests there could be a little more of a runway there. We know U.S. officials have been open to delaying the deadline if they feel like talks are moving forward. And the other thing I've been thinking about this week and talking about is just how much is on the White House's plate. We already know that after last week, they said we haven't seen some of these side deals because they were focused on China. Now, of course, they're focused on what's going on in the Middle East. The question being, will they have time to negotiate any of these agreements? Maybe that's what we next hear is it's just a matter of timing, that they'll need more time, and maybe that's why they ultimately extend that deadline.
Yeah, which will be a question, whether they extend the 10% tariff reprieve or whether it'll go up on some places like Europe. Megan, thank you very much. Megan Casella and Vance. Let's get the read directly from the Middle East. NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel on the ground in Tel Aviv. Richard.
So Iran had promised a ferocious response. Yesterday, Iran was threatening to carry out a missile assault against Israel, the likes of which this country has never seen. So far, it hasn't materialized. There have been several relatively small barrages against the city, against this country. There were air raid sirens here in Tel Aviv not long ago. There were more sirens, more incoming missiles earlier this morning. But in each case, there were only a handful of missiles that were fired, and according to the Israeli military, the majority of them were knocked out of the sky by air defense systems, or they fell in open areas. No reports of casualties. I was at one of the sites a short while ago. It was in just north of Tel Aviv in Herzliya, and the bomb, a ballistic missile, landed by a bus depot parking lot where sort of a bus storage area. I saw a deep crater in the ground.
Oh, just us.
15 feet deep, and it burned all of the buses in the area. So it gives it a sense of how powerful these weapons are that Iran is firing. But we are not seeing the same level of fire that Iran was launching in Israel in the early days. It could be a sign of diminished capacity. Israel has been hitting Iran relentless, and has been hitting missile defense sites, and has been hitting missile launch sites. Israel says that it has now complete domination of the skies over Tehran. So it could be that Iran is holding its powder, or it's just it doesn't have the same capacity that it did even a few days ago.
Richard, appreciate the update. Always a value to the viewer to hear from you. Richard Engel of NBC News.
Yeah.
Meantime, markets continue to digest the fighting in the Middle East, as well as the weaker than expected retail sales number we got today. Biggest monthly decline we've seen since March of 23. Joining us this morning with his outlook, DWS Group America's CIO, David Bianco, is back. It's great to see you, David. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Were you moved either way by retail sales?
I've been keeping an eye on the retail sales reports, but the consumer is a part of the economy that tends to be always resilient. And if you look at the core data, both for May and April,
still positive, still spending. Of course, a lot of anxiety about higher
Give me one more dip
costs,
so I can long again.
and tariffs, but still, services are still an area where costs are running high. If you own a house and you have to pay the taxes, the maintenance, the insurance, the electric utilities, that's something where a lot of people still see a high cost of living.
Right. We talked about some of the weakness in restaurants and bars, but the auto figure kind of does point to the pull forward effect.
And that also points to where there's the most anxiety about tariffs and affordability. Now, cars have gotten expensive, and the financing of cars has gotten expensive, and they may get more expensive, particularly on imports. So this is why the consumer sentiment has been weak. Investor sentiment seems to be a polar opposite, inert to any kind of shocks or geopolitical tensions. That's in large part because of tech stocks, and they've delivered. The valuations are really expensive, though, so we're trying to find alternatives and trying to protect gains as we go into the summer.
Not just tech, though. Energy is the best performing sector for the month. I mean, healthcare has also staged a little bit of a comeback. There's signs that it's broadened. So are you saying that the market is being too complacent about some of the risks?
The market is overly shrugging off the risks and, in my view, not demanding enough compensation for the risks. And particularly in the bond market, on the longer end, the inflation, residual risks, the deficit. But, equity investors have tech. As you said, earnings and performance have broadened year to date and even late last year.
Seen a lot of people getting chopped out today.
Utilities is a notable one. I think defense stocks have been a better geopolitical defensive play than energy, but energy's had its moment.
So you wouldn't be adding to positions right now?
Not in energy. I'd be looking for some defensive stocks that have pricing power, utilities, and not so much staples, and defensive stocks that have long-term growth.
You size small, short, and long can make money today.
So short tech, we're not giving it up. When you have the market sell off, when that actually happens, tech tends to be where we look for opportunities. But in the meantime, we're looking to diversify across sectors and even in other equity regions, including Europe.
I was going to say, you don't think Europe's
the
overextended given its gains this year?
green
It's
now
had
again.
a lot of gains after many years of underperformance. The currency has made for better U.S. returns. I think the real debate around Europe is, will they get healthy earnings growth later this year? You're seeing earnings growth at financials in Europe, and you're seeing earnings growth at
That's a nice long.
aircraft and European electrical equipment. So there are the bright spots, but the overall European economy at risk to these tail risks in the world, and the underlying profit trends in Europe, excluding financials and certain industrials, still weakish, and the tariffs won't help.
You think the Middle East affects Europe, of course, as a concept for investing? If this gets worse?
It does, which is why I say that Europe is still exposed to a lot of the tail risks. But
Yeah, it looks like one of the screens just hit on that pump.
it's aligned with the United States. It sees the world we live in. It's become much more realistic. Many countries, including Germany, have sprung to action, not just to bolster their economy with fiscal spending, but to play a larger role in regional and world defense. What the Israelis done here is maximize the optionality to the U.S. and Western allies. Let's see what happens from here. But it's been a more dangerous place, and our allies are helping out more than they've ever done before.
And yet, the market shrugs off the risk, whatever that may be.
It's this underlying security blanket of tech. I think people used to talk about things like buybacks, but the earnings trends are there. The leadership of these tech stocks remains there. It's hard to shake investors out of these stocks when they've been made rich by owning these equities and sticking with them through thick or thin. But like I said, protect gains. The bull market should continue over the coming full year and years. But I think this is a summer, whether it be what happens on July 9th on the tariff reprieves, or what do the more permanent tariffs look like? What is the one big beautiful bill? Does it get passed by July 4th? What is the deficit implications? How's the Treasury bond market react to that? What's the Fed do? What's Fed leadership changes outlook? Plenty to think about over the summer. Why don't we try to diversify and protect gains?
Finally, you mentioned the long end. What do you think those holders deserve to be paid, given the concerns you raised?
Right. Well, we're not too far below 4.5% right now, which is our forecast for the coming year. That's a number that seems plenty reasonable and far more compensating than past a decade or two. Right. But the deficit is a much bigger concern than it's been in decades. And now we also have to keep an eye on how the Fed handles. I think what the Fed needs to do is make sure that it keeps the confidence of the long-term bond investor rather than trying to ride to the rescue with a small cut that. The consumer's been resilient, jobs are fine, the economy's solid. Keep the confidence of the long-term investor, both at home and abroad, because that's the greater risk to the economy long-term.
By doing nothing?
By doing nothing until it's clear they should do something. And if there's a recession, they'll act. Doesn't seem...
If there's a recession, they're too late.
No, because I think if there's a shock, geopolitical, then they're right on top.
Two of the squeezes are gone, so it's fading. Might not be a big move.
Therefore, slipping into recession? I don't think so. The economy can slow. That doesn't mean we're slipping into recession. Yeah, I think the longer term threat is to housing and asset values if 10-year treasury yields do go to 5% or higher. And that's why I think the Fed needs to stay disciplined.
Yeah.
Right. That explains the home builder sentiment number this morning. Exactly. So put on sunscreen for the summer, but don't dig yourself into the ditches. David, thanks. Good to see you. Thanks for having me, Bianca.
Still to come this hour, retail sales, as we were just talking about, missed this morning. We're going to closer look at the consumer with the CEO of Cava. The stock losing about a third of its value this year, but the company's still pushing ahead with its expansion plans. We're going to get to all of that next.
Might go up more.
Another deal this morning on its acquisition strategy. We're going to dig into that.
Yeah, it looks like it might go up more.
We're back at 2.
Wave hello to Zane. He's king of the ping. For every 1 sentence spoken on a call, he has 3 comments, 2 memes, and 4 emojis to contribute. A flood of positivity during every single meeting. But oh, how his passion for product management takes your team from level 0 to
You
level
moving up your
0.
stop?
You need Zane. Zane needs benefits. Work with principals so we can help you help Zane with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for him. Let our expertise round out yours.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates, so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Once you have kids, you want to make sure that they're taken care of. I kept putting it off, but finally I searched best online life insurance. And Ethos came up. I was able to get a rate instantly. It's a relief, to be honest.
Check your price today at Ethos.com.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
Life is always changing, and Dad loves that couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
All of that's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always looking.
Closing bell overtime. Weekdays.
Oh wow. Why did we drop like that? That's weird. Yeah.
CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro.
Travel. It's gone from being an adventure
more.
to a but the world is still full of wonder. You just need a better way to find it. Introducing Airbnb experiences.
The screens are back now, so it's gonna go back up. True. It's lunchtime now. I don't think I want to overtrade, but
Meta,
I'm back doing power hour, so I'll be back later.
Hey! Everyone loved meeting Frank at Show and Tell. Who's that?
Welcome back. Retail sales today coming in worse than expected for May, weighed down by gas sales, but also bars and restaurants saw a decline of nearly 1%. That was notable as the services part of the report. Joining us in an exclusive interview from the Jefferies Consumer Conference is Cava co-founder and CEO Brett Schulman. Brett, it's good to have you back. Cava shares You know, they've been hit lately. I think you warned of economic challenges in the last quarter, so I'm wondering what you're seeing out there right now.
Yeah, well, it's great to be back with you. I think in general, I think the numbers are indicative of is the fog that's hanging over consumers. You think about all the macroeconomic fluidity, whether that's tariff policy, immigration policy, government spending policies, and then you add on top of that all of the geopolitical uncertainty that's been increasing. And when consumers are in a fog, you don't tend to accelerate or kind of step on the gas. And I think consumers are looking for that fog to lift to say, I have that clarity to lean forward. And I think that's what you saw play through in the numbers.
How does that affect a company like Cava, where you have such a strong growth profile that's driven by, you know, increasing brand awareness and store expansion?
Well, no matter what the near-term headwinds are, something that we've noted is the strength of our new restaurant openings, which has been phenomenal this year. We've talked about they've opened even bigger than last year, whether that's an urban market like a restaurant we just recently opened in Phoenix, or a suburban big city market like Chestnut Hill up in Massachusetts, not far from where we are, or small towns like Burlington, North Carolina, or Lafayette, Louisiana, that we've also opened in recently. We've seen consistent strength across our new restaurant openings, which make us even more convicted than ever in the long-term opportunity and the white space potential of building the next large-scale cultural cuisine category in Mediterranean.
Brett, you mentioned the fog, which I think everybody understands. Is there a density to the fog that would eventually begin to weigh on your unit growth strategy?
No, Carl, that's one of the things we talked about when we went public, to really have an ironclad balance sheet, free cash flow positive last year while funding 18% unit growth. And so we want to be unwavering in our long-term strategy to really build that next large-scale cultural cuisine category that we continue to define and lead in.
Are input costs moving in either direction, either for the good or the worse?
We've seen input costs be pretty benign, you know, as relates to COGS or labor, and that's what we've really worked to pass along those savings to our guests. So we only took 1.7% menu price increase at the beginning of this year. No plans to take further price increase, and we've been able to underprice inflation, underprice CPI over 800 basis points in the past few years, really trying to drive that value proposition for consumers when they're in that fog or feeling other price pressures around them.
Yeah, and also menu innovation too, right? As a driver, I think a lot of analysts are wondering about what you've got coming on the menu, how things like the chicken shawarma tests are going, and other new stuff.
Yeah, so we're very excited about that. We recently launched a new flavor innovation of our fan favorite pita chips, our hot harissa pita chips. And in the fall, currently in test now, as you noted, chicken shawarma. It's a spit roasted chicken breast with shawarma seasoning. It's delicious and it's testing really well. And we plan to roll that out in the fall as another new great innovation that our culinary team is bringing to market.
We had a discussion this morning about some consumer packaged foods losing dyes. Kraft Heinz is a good example today. I'm sure you have a generation of diners who maybe are graduating off of GLP-1s and don't want to gain it all back. And I guess that kind of all funnels into your sort of health-conscious food message to consumers, does it not?
Yeah, Carl, that's where the trends are really coming our direction, whether it's clean, wholesome food like we've been serving since our very first restaurant opened, or the Mediterranean diet, #1 ranked diet 8 years running, and this idea of satiating food that's flavorful and, oh, by the way, healthy for you. And so when you look at some of the data and the research that's been done on the GLPs, it's actually shifting people more to our style of eating: Greek yogurt, chickpeas, legumes, food that's satisfying and nutritious at the same time, that unique cuisine where taste and health unites.
So how underpenetrated are you at this point? What does the roadmap look like?
Yes, Sarah, we have a goal of 1,000 restaurants by 2032, and that's just a point in time. We think our opportunity is much bigger than that. We're approaching 400 restaurants today. We're in 26 states in the District of Columbia, and what gets us so excited is when you look at our current footprint, as I noted, it's everywhere from the cities to the suburbs to small towns to every region of the country. We're seeing consistent performance, strong average unit volumes, and great acceptance and appeal of a cuisine that most people are trying for the first time, and when they try it, they love it and they come back.
I mean, the stock's really taken a fall, Brett, despite the fact that you're still comping double digits and you haven't changed your expansion plans. What are you you're at an investor conference now. What are you hearing from investors, and what are you telling them to reassure them?
Well, we're coming off a tremendous year next year, and the stock is certainly at lofty levels and pretty high multiples. And
Order
as
canceled.
you've been in kind of a risk-off market in general with the geopolitical and the macroeconomic uncertainty, you've seen that settle down to a more normalized level.
So you think it's really macro concerns and high expectations, which has been the story since you went public.
Order canceled.
Yeah, again, you know, in the
Order
public
submitted.
markets, there's some short-term investors, there's long-term investors. You see some of the uncertainty and the risk in the market that's been more risk-off this year, but that's why we're focused on the long-term value creation opportunity of really building out that next large-scale cultural cuisine category and driving that new unit restaurant productivity, which we've seen be stronger than ever this year.
I think the last thing I'd throw out at you is we've heard from some of your peers in like the beverage space, for example, that the cost of a new unit, in their view, was getting a little rich. Is that rhyme with what you're seeing, or are you getting some relief, at least on the labor and material side?
Yeah, we haven't really seen an inflationary impact on the CapEx side as it relates to new unit construction. So we've been able to deliver great cash-on-cash returns, which again is really the driving force of value creation in our business, as we're able to build new units at a reasonable price and then drive great profitability to pay back those units and drive that free cash flow that we've been able to produce in the past year.
All right, Brett, thank you for the update. We appreciate you talking to us as you speak to investors there at the Jefferies conference as well. Brett Schulman, Cava founder and CEO, and Carl, when he talked about lofty multiples and expectations, I mean, it's still trading 63 times earnings, 129 times next year's earnings. So there are very high hopes for the expansion of this brand.
Yeah, that's kind of led to some downgrades at McDonald's in the last few weeks. There's some rich multiples in restaurants. Still ahead this morning, Lilly announcing this new deal in the gene editing space today. We'll get more on the company's growth strategy when Money Movers continues after this.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Starting this business, I barely had time to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. It did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. The goal was to make 2 hires, but I ended up making 4 in a week.
Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful.
I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, she came out fighting. 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on, 5 different medications. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx can save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. You do the math. The money we're able to save with using GoodRx, we're able to do all these extra activities. She can hit hard, too, for a little skinny thing. So it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence.
for over 15 years. We have upgraded AG1, adding ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the Open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Welcome back. Eli Lilly announcing yet another acquisition this morning. Angelica Peoples has more on the deal and the whole growth strategy. Angelica.
Yeah, morning, Sarah. Lilly's spending up to $1.3 billion to acquire Verve Therapeutics. The biotech company is working on a gene editing treatment to prevent heart attacks. And the idea here is to cut bad cholesterol with a one-time treatment. Verve initially targeting people at high risk, but if the science pans out, it's possible that the technology might be used more broadly. Now, Lilly will pay $10.50 a share up front. That's almost a 70% premium from Monday's close, but it's still well below the $19 a share that Verve IPO'd at in 2021 during the biotech boom times. And this is exactly the kind of big swing that Lilly wants to take, and it has the benefit of being able to take thanks to the cash that its GLP-1s are bringing in. And I actually sat down with Lilly's chief scientific officer, Dan Skavronsi, exclusively a few months ago, where he shared Lilly's excitement about gene therapy despite the technology falling out of favor.
We didn't invest when it was in vogue. We waited until it was out of vogue, which is a strategy I prefer, to be a counter-cyclical investor here. But I think the long-term potential of gene therapy is unchanged.
And at the time, he also said that Lilly's looking for other areas like obesity where they can make a big impact, places like heart disease, like you're seeing today, hearing loss and pain. And like you said, Sarah, this is just the latest deal that we've seen from Lilly recently. And of course, they can afford to make these bets.
Yeah, Angelica, we always talk about Lilly as being special because they remained so thematically pure for so long, and they stuck to their knitting, and it eventually paid off. How do we think about worries that I mean, I know it's just one area, but how do we worry about their pipeline potentially becoming too diverse or winding up in a situation where some other big conglomerates ran into trouble?
Of course, that's always a risk here, but they do have these strategies laid out that they've talked about, places like cardiovascular disease, this deal that you're seeing today, and it does fit nicely in what they're doing with obesity. It's related, and they do have a number of different programs there, but they also do have all of these different divergent things like hearing loss, pain. Those are new, but also, again, potentially all in primary care. And then some of the neurodegenerative things that they're working on, ALS, Alzheimer's, they've been working on that for years and years. And again, these are big bets. They might not pay off, but Lilly does have the time and the cash to sort of support these bets.
Does it put other gene editing stocks in play here?
It could. I mean, it's interesting because this has been a field that was so hot in 2021. You saw all of these companies going public and getting tons of investment from the company, from the investors. But now you've really seen these stocks taking such a big hit, and really the hopes have been pared back because some of the drugs that have reached the market haven't really had that much success. There's been the one from Vertex for sickle cell disease, and that has been such a slow rollout. And I think what's different here and what makes Verve such an interesting company is that you're going after such a larger population than what we've seen. But maybe this will, encourage other people to take a second look at this space.
Angelica, thank you. Important story. Angelica Peoples on Lilly and Verve today. Let's get a news update with our Courtney Reagan. Hey, Courtney.
Will not call Minnesota Governor Tim Walz following the targeted shootings of two lawmakers in the state, suggesting it would be a waste of time. One lawmaker and her husband were killed in the shootings early Saturday, and a second legislator and his wife were seriously hurt. The suspects surrendered to police on Sunday. President Trump will not be invited to the NAACP's annual convention next month, according to the civil rights organization's president, who accuses Mr. Trump of working against the group's mission. The snub marks the first time the 116-year-old nonpartisan organization has not asked a sitting U.S. president to attend its convention. And JetBlue CEO told airline staff that the carrier will cut flights, pause retrofits, and park some of its Airbus jets amid softer than expected travel demand. That's according to a memo dated Monday, which has been seen by CNBC. The memo warned JetBlue is relying on borrowed cash right now to keep the airline running. The carrier last posted a profit in 2019. Sarah, back over to you.
Okay, Courtney, thank you. When we come back, we're going to speak with a prominent Israeli venture capitalist on the ground in Israel with more on how the war is impacting the business community, the innovation pipeline, startups, and more. That's next.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience and get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be?
I've never felt this way before.
If it feels right, go for it.
This is the last time. OMG, where'd she get those? Better get both. DSW, a shoe for every you.
The average dog only lives to be 10. That's 10 birthdays, 10 first summer swims, 10 annual camping trips. At the Farmer's Dog, we don't think that's long enough. That's why our freshly made food comes pre-portioned, just for your dog. Because a dog at a healthy weight can live a longer, happier life.
A vacation starts with how you get there. A private jet experience from One Flight's budget. You've got to see this. Plug in your itinerary, search from over 5,000 planes, pay, and you're on your way. Nothing better than a personalized meal on board.
It should be a beautiful day in the Bahamas, Mr. Hirschbach. We should be landing in about 20 minutes.
A great vacation
Order
always
filled.
starts
Order
with the
filled.
flight experience.
Book your private jet instantly.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? It should, because the Mizuho name means we never shy away from a challenge. We take on business only top-tier corporate and investment banks can do, and create bespoke solutions that work. That's how we win awards like IPO of the Year. So if you want a corporate and investment bank as a partner who still hustles like an underdog,
Order
now
submitted.
you know our name. Mizuho Americas. A name worth knowing.
Order canceled.
Order filled.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand at GNC that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human. Discover why more cardiologists recommend
Order submitted.
Superbeats for heart health support than any other beet brand at livehuman.com.
Golf, it's always bigger in Texas. A remarkable round of golf. You are kidding me. Absolutely stunning.
Man, this is amazing.
It's awesome.
It's a party out here.
Live is lit. Crushers start the party here in Dallas.
Where do you go to a golf tournament and get an amazing concert? Nowhere but Live Golf.
Get your tickets to Live Golf Dallas.
Welcome back to Money Movers. Our next guest is a big player in the Israeli venture capital scene. His firm investing in multiple Israeli companies since the October 7th attacks in 2023. And now the war with Iran only adding to regional instability. Joining us now to discuss the impact on the business community, co-founder and general partner of Aleph, Michael Eisenberg. It's good to have you back on, Michael. Nice to see you.
Great to see you, Sarah. Glad to be here.
How is the recent war with Iran, just in the last few days or so, impacted your life, the business community, what you do?
Well, our life is one thing, and I'm talking to you from home right now. I just came back from Tel Aviv. I'll get to that in a second. And people have moved in, and there's a spirit of resilience here. And at the same time, it's very sad that the Iranians have targeted civilians, and there have been a number of civilian deaths and hundreds of injuries. In the business world, I need to tell you an incredible story. It is remarkable that we're talking right now. I walked into my house 20 minutes ago after I went to our office in Tel Aviv, where we met an entrepreneur who has spent the last 5.5 days in the military reserves doing critically important work on the war on the evil regime of Iran. And he presented his startup to us right now, and we just committed to invest in it literally 1.5 hours ago. And I think that speaks to what's going on here, which is people are fighting the war and the economy is resilient. We're doing our part. We couldn't be more excited about this company and this entrepreneur and the fact that he's able to juggle this. And by the way, he landed 2 contracts in the last 6 days because what they're working on both has military and civilian applications. And so the war has brought out all sorts of needs in both commercial and military applications that Israeli entrepreneurs are capturing. And I think it's just remarkable.
I mean, that's what I was going to ask, the necessity and the fact that you mentioned that there are military applications. What sort of startups do you think we'll see as a result of this period now? Because Israel's been at war more than 600 days if you go back to October 7th. What do you think, what kind of innovation do you think we'll see?
As I said to you previously on the show, what's happened since October 7th is 2 things. One is you've had this incredible kind of live hackathon of people doing the most incredible things using technology. And at the same time, the aspirations for building and rebuilding the country and reshaping this region for economic prosperity has taken hold here. And so Israeli entrepreneurs are striving ever higher in doing this. Over the last couple of days, Emmanuel Macron took the terrible decision to try to cordon off the Israeli defense installation and booth at the Paris Air Show. You don't need to go there. Yeah, you don't need to go there. You just go to Tehran. Everyone sees what Israel is capable of in the innovation. So there'll be defense innovation. There's cyber innovation. There's fintech and financial innovation, because obviously tracking terrorist money breeds a lot of innovation in finance and in crypto and in other areas. And we're just seeing the most remarkable companies walk in the door. By the way, and that's true in the semiconductor supply chain also.
But the walled-off exhibit at the Paris Air Show, I do wonder if it says something about foreign direct investment and investors, that have usually poured into Israeli startups. Has that made it tougher? Has the events made it tougher recently?
We have not seen it. In fact, I'll tell you a story that happened yesterday. The CEO of a very, very large fintech company in the United States, who I had the fortune of having lunch with a couple of months ago in California, and we talked about their commitment to investing in Israel. They actually had a couple of people who got stuck in Israel when the war broke out and got their way out via the Jordanian border. But I reached out to him yesterday and I said to him, hey, has this dimmed your interest in investing in Israel? He wrote to me, dimmed? It's undimmed. Not only that, we want to double and triple down. So I think people who were committed to Israeli innovation before and people who appreciate it are doubling down. I think some of the European leaders are confused, quite candidly, and perhaps some of them, influenced either by local politics or other things, won't turn up. But the net is positive. And Andreessen Horowitz just announced last week that they're doubling down on Israeli innovation. We've seen it from Sequoia in the venture industry. And by the way, we should point this out. Since the beginning of the war, the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange is up, and the shekel is stronger against the dollar. That's remarkable. Who would believe that?
It's basically near all-time highs. Michael, one thing we're monitoring here in the U.S. is this notion of a brain drain out of America. The Japanese are trying to fund attracting some talent. The Canadians are at work. I wonder if you think the Middle East, or specifically Israel, benefit from either our immigration strategies here or the lack of funding on some research.
So the Israeli government and some private philanthropists have introduced a recent plan to give, I think it's like $1.5 million per year for people to open up AI labs and synthetic biology labs in Israel. There are 20 spots initially. There are over 40 applications in the first month and a half. People want to move to Israel. We're like the only country at war in the world that hundreds of thousands of people are trying to get back to. So people want to move here. I think anti-Semitism on college campuses in the United States and in Europe is starting to move people towards Israel. I haven't seen any effect from the defunding of scientific research in some of the American institutions per se, but it could impact it. And I still think that the United States and Israel are the 2 greatest places to innovate on planet Earth. And I think that will be true in defense. I think it'll be true in AI. And I hope that this alliance will generate technologies that improve the West. You know, Israel's fighting the war of the West right now against this diabolical Iranian regime that has done a tremendous amount to harm America and obviously Israel. And the technologies developed, and President Trump's talked about the incredible American military technologies. These need to be developed, and it's moving, by the way, from academia to entrepreneurship a lot. And so we need to dig into that and double down on it. I think it's going to happen between these two countries.
What about, I mean, obviously this is going to put a dent or drive up debt to GDP. There are implications for the finances. You mentioned the resilience of the economy, but I do wonder what the cleanup is going to be here, what the debt is going to look like, and just how resilient things are going to look when all is said and done.
Sarah, you've hit on the absolutely key issues. So there was an issuance of bonds yesterday, which was like 35 times oversubscribed at about a 5.5% interest rate, which is above what the U.S. needs to issue at even today. So Israel's able to raise money and it's able to repay it. And our debt to GDP ratio is better than almost any Western country, including the United States, including the UK and others. However, and I think you've hit the exact right issue, we're going to need the political willpower to invest more in growth and less than spending. And that's going to mean cutting some of the superfluous welfare state. And that's going to take political willpower, especially vis-a-vis some of the coalition partners in this current government. There is not going to be the luxury to invest in coalition politics. We're going to need to invest in the core of the economy. We need to generate growth. We have demographic growth. We need to generate GDP growth that is meaningful in order to repay these debts and keep our debt to GDP very healthy. I should remind you, after the Yom Kippur War, there was like a lost decade, but our economy is 30 times the size today. And it's a $500 billion economy and still growing. And so, but we need those government dollars to invest in growth and not in transfer payments to welfare, et cetera, if we want to grow the economy out of this.
Well, it's really good to hear you so enthusiastic about the economy and the resilience of the tech scene and the business community. Michael, thank you for joining us with the report from
Sarah,
Israel.
if I could just add one thing. I want to add a hopeful note. When this war is, please God, over with the Iranian mullahs, we can create an era of prosperity for the Middle East where the Iranian people can join IMEC instead of the Belt and Road Initiative, and we can create a zone of prosperity here that's 300 million people large. I think that's a tremendous opportunity we got to stay focused on going forward. Israel is the heart of innovation. The Iranian people are innovative as well. So I really hope we'll come together in brotherhood. We had relations until the mullahs took over, and I think there's a lot of hope for the future.
Michael Eisenberg, thank you so much for coming on. Really good to talk to you, as
Thanks,
always.
Sarah.
From Aleph, the sense of the spirit there.
Still ahead this morning, some new reports about cracks between OpenAI and its biggest backer. You know who that is on the other side of this break.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I used ZipRecruiter to hire. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Okay, guys, instead of getting WeatherTech, I saved a few bucks and got some cheap foreign-made floor mats. But they really stink, so put these on.
Really, Barry? Mom, I'm thirsty. Don't settle for cheap, stinky floor mats. At WeatherTech, we make our floor liners and cargo liners here in America out of pure, non-toxic American materials.
Dad, next time get WeatherTech. They don't stink.
I'm on it. Find out everything we have at WT.com.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school. It's a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. That's why at UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and job experience, why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition, and why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. For over 75 years, UMGC has helped people succeed again. What will your next success be?
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence. For over 15 years, we have upgraded AG1, adding ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
The stock market is in chaos, and you need to take action now.
My name is Mark Chaikin. I got my broker's license in 1966. I've invested through 9 recessions, several massive market panics, and many bull markets. Today I have a warning. During volatile market moves like the one we're in now, most people freeze up. They just hope everything will get magically better. And it's a recipe for disaster. You need a big picture plan, and you need to take specific actions starting today. My new briefing lays out what we expect to happen in the markets this year and in 2026 as well. This research is based on the market cycle that helped me call the bear markets of 2018 and 2022 and the roaring bull markets in both 2023 and 2024. Visit the website on your screen to see my detailed briefing in full.
Food is Gina's passion, but diabetes threatened to take that all away. With Dexcom G7, Gina learned how different foods affect her sugar levels in real time, so she doesn't have to choose between the foods that she loves and her health.
So many in this business try to scare you. We try to give you the confidence to do it yourself.
I feel like I'm always on top of things because I know Jim has my back.
You can feel confident through the highs and the lows.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join Jim.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
One of the longest-standing partnerships in AI might be reaching a breaking point. OpenAI now growing frustrated with its obligations to Microsoft. That's according to some reports. For today's Tech Check, our Deirdre Bosa is talking about how this could be a part of a bigger realignment in the industry. Hey, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So theirs is the most public falling out, but this isn't just about OpenAI and Microsoft. What we're seeing is a much broader realignment, where strategic alliances may end up mattering more than who has the best model. Now you've got big tech, infrastructure players, deep-pocketed investors like SoftBank, all moving, trying to lock in talent and distribution before the next phase of the race begins. And that is what makes the growing OpenAI-Microsoft tension so striking. It was once the AI partnership, widely seen as the most strategic and the best aligned in the industry. Microsoft brought the capital and the data centers. OpenAI brought in the talent and the breakthroughs. But now they're both diversifying. They're increasingly competing with each other as well. Microsoft building its own model, even featuring Elon Musk at its developer conference. That is a signal that it's open to new model partnerships. OpenAI, meanwhile, it's working with Oracle and reportedly Google, pushing for multi-cloud access. It's moving deeper into enterprise and defense. Tens of billions more it's raising as it tries to convert into a for-profit company. That is a move that would give it even greater control over its future, but would also squeeze Microsoft's stake and strategic leverage in the process. Now, since Microsoft first invested $1 billion back in 2019, its own shares have more than tripled. It has since poured in some additional $13 billion in capital. And now, as that stake risks becoming diluted through OpenAI's for-profit conversion, the question is really whether Microsoft's early bet still gives it enough leverage in what comes next. Going back to that first partnership announcement, guys, it's very interesting to see how much AGI, artificial general intelligence, the next leg of this race, how much that factors in. Because the deal included a clause that once OpenAI declares AGI, the partnership ends. So maybe it's no coincidence that this year Sam Altman keeps talking about it, how close they are. That could be a negotiating tool. It could be a deadline. It could even be a way to reset the terms entirely. But I think it's clear we haven't seen the end of this tension anywhere close to it yet.
That doesn't say great things about what an empirical, truthful landmark of AGI, when it might come, right? If he's using this as a chip.
Yeah. Absolutely, you're right. And I think that there's a lot of growing evidence that we may be further away than we even thought. There was that Apple paper on reasoning models throwing a little bit of cold water on how smart they actually are. They're not the only ones. Anthropic has thrown cold water, a Chinese lab as well. That kind of goes against the idea that we are close to AGI because the models, they break down after a certain point. But clearly, it would be in Sam Altman's incentive. He has a real incentive to say that they're close because it changes this whole Microsoft partnership that is breaking into the open now, some of the cracks in it.
Do they just not need them as much anymore?
Yeah, I think there's a huge realignment taking place. They need capital, right? And Masa-san at SoftBank has a lot to provide. I mean, they can partner with Google, which they reportedly are. And it may also show on the Microsoft side how they're looking ahead to the next leg of the race, that maybe they're not willing to spend as much. Maybe they want to be a little more cautious in terms of CapEx. They don't want to keep pouring money into OpenAI, which is still losing money, right? So it says a lot about where each of them stand and where they think that this race is going.
Okay, thank you, Deirdre. Deirdre Bosa. Still ahead, exclusive sound from hedge fund titan Ken Griffin. The advice he just gave the incoming class of interns at Citadel when Money Movers comes right back.